And today in this stream, we have I am Vedant Panisar and myself, Women International Master Bomini Monica Akshya. And this tournament is being organized by Chola Chess. It is a corporate social responsibility initiative by the Chola Foundation, spearheaded by the Mr. Velayan Subaya and Mrs. Kanika Subaya in partnership with Chess Gurukul. And the initiative was created with a vision of identifying, nurturing, and empowering India's young chess talent through world class coaching and development. And the impact of Chola Chess has already been remarkable. Like, to date, the program has successfully conducted 122 training camps, like building a thriving community of 268 talented players. Among them, there are 28 grandmasters and 37 international masters. It clearly shows us the depth and strength of the ecosystem that Chola Chess has helped to create. So today's event is another important milestone because this is Chola Chess' second Grandmaster and International Master round robin tournament, and it's actually very first international master round robin tournament. And it is giving immense opportunity for many young talents. And in this tournament, we have Harshavardhan GB, who is just half point behind to gain his last Grandmaster norm. And also he'll also achieve his Grandmaster title if he's able to draw or make a win in this event. And in the International Master Tournament, we have Dakshin Arun, who just needs a win, and also Arit Kapil, who needs a win to gain their international master norms. So let's dive into the tournament and we'll look at the games.
Absolutely. Why don't we look at the game of Harshvardhan GB was fighting for his GM title, as per se. And here we have them on the screen. The game started off with D4, D5, C4, C6, and CD5. I mean, what do you have to say about this move, Monica?
Yeah, it's a great, interesting choice in this event. Like, obviously, he just needs a draw, so it's definitely a solid choice to play the exchange slab. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. CD5, knight C3. Both sides develop their pieces. Bishop F4. Black hits the bishop. Bishop drops back. Black
Oh,
goes back
it's
and
already ended.
yeah, it already ended in a draw, yeah. White doesn't
Yeah.
need to play, and I think probably Black was also happy just playing solidly. And the game ended in repetition. So yes, we have a 97th GM already in India.
Yeah.
This number is growing very, very fast. I think a big thanks definitely goes to Chola Chess for organizing such events, marking a tribute along the history to come. So yeah, grateful for everyone, and also big congratulations to Harshvardhan GB again for becoming the 97th Grandmaster. Why don't we move on to the next game? Let's have a look at the game between Fedorov. I'm sorry. I think there's some lag from my side, but I think it'd be fine. Yes. And the game begins d4 nf6, c4 g6, and c3 bg7, e4 d6, bishop e2, king's Indian defense,
Yeah.
knight f3. I mean, I can tell you from my own experience, I recently played against Fedorov and got absolutely demolished with the white pieces. I mean, he's a very, very well-known expert of the king's Indian defense. I think he's been playing this opening for more than 40 years already. So a brave choice by white, I must say, to enter into his territory. What do you think, Monica?
Yeah, I think I've also played against him, but I think I played e4, but even then he played Birk and kind of got the similar kind of positions to King's Indian. So, but yeah, he's pretty solid and a very strong grandmaster.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And also, he's been in terrific form in this event. Okay, let's go a bit further. White castles following the main line. Bishop g4, an interesting move, I must say. Black is hitting the
Yeah.
knight on f3, putting pressure on the center. Uh, yeah, Black puts the pressure on the knight on f3, and then forcing white to make a decision with the pawn on d4. you don't really want to take on e5, especially then you lose the basic advantage of the king's in defense with white. You have the extra space. And when you push d5, the drawback is black can eventually kick in with f5 and also has the beautiful c5 square. So interesting move, I must say.
Yeah,
d5, a5,
but I
knight
think
e1.
it is already well prepared for this line as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Knight e1 offering a trade for the bishops. I think generally in King's Indian, it's known to be a well-known thing that if white is manages to trade this light square bishop, then it's a good thing. Yeah. I mean, for the viewers, it might be instructive to know that the pawns are on light squares. So generally, exchanging the light square bishop, which is so-called the bad bishop, often helps white. So we don't have a move
The
yet.
knight on d3 and f4 break soon. Maybe that will
Absolutely.
also be a good idea.
So as Monica suggested, knight goes to d3. And in general, like the whole overview of this opening is black is eyeing for this move f5. Let's make a few moves. Maybe black can take, queen takes e2, black goes knight a6, white goes knight d3, playing in typical fashion. Black drops back the knight, and then aiming for the move f5. And white, on the other hand, is playing for the move c5 here. So a very interesting, complicated strategic battle is yet to arise. I think this game is going to go for a long time. Why don't we quickly switch to the other game between Harsh Suresh and Krasenkov? Do you have any opinion about any of these players?
Not really. I have not played against Krasenka or Harsh Suresh.
Yeah. So for the viewers, I must say that Krasenko is actually 62 years old and he's about to win this event. He was a former world top 10 player, 2,700 in the past, a very well-known coach, theoretician, and I don't know, many accolades. He has also been an active coach in the Chola chess, conducting many camps with youngsters. And I think he was very famous in saying that I won't let anyone make GM now in this event. Uh, yeah. So here we have knight f3, d5,
But
g3,
yet,
both players
Harshavardhan
developing
GB has
normally.
achieved his GM title.
Yeah, so definitely a well-deserved title.
Yeah,
Bishop g2, bishop c4, c4, e6, castles, knight d7. Okay, black has opted for a very solid pawn structure.
yeah,
White, on the other hand, has a very flexible pawn structure as well. Maybe he wants to push d3, maybe he wants to go d4, maybe b3, bishop b2. A lot of options available for white. I think the position in general is very complicated and can go in anyone's favor.
yeah.
So moving on to this game between Ajay Santosh, who was the top seed of this event, against Dulipala, who is a well-known experienced player. E4, E5, knight f3, knight f6.
A
I
very
think I
solid
like to call this
defense.
dreaded. Yeah, I like to call this a dreaded pair draw. Like it's the most one of the most boring yet solid openings available for black. Uh, Black is making his intentions clear. It's the last round. He wants to play it solid. He has the black pieces. He's playing against a higher player. Makes quite a lot
Yeah,
of
if I'm
sense.
not wrong, I think Nepomniachtchi is like the expert in this opening, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely right. It's funny to see sometimes when like extremely sharp players are big experts in very solid openings. I mean, this doesn't really comprehend to my understanding of chess yet, but I guess they have their own reasons.
Yeah.
D4, and black is already thinking on move 3, and he takes the pawn in the center. Okay, now generally white has many options. He can develop the bishop to d3, attacking the knight, or the alternative is to take the pawn on e5, which in a way creates a very interesting position. White is threatening queen d5, hitting the knight, but also on the other hand, black can go d5 and have a solid post for the knight on e4. That's one option. The other option and the well-known main line is bishop d3, which he blitzes out, mm, hitting the knight on e4. Generally, black responds with d5, and then the game goes on. Going to board 5 between Anuj and Kushagra Mohan, which is again yet another very, very solid opening.
Yeah,
Berlin defense,
but then yeah.
castles, knight takes e4, rook e1. It's all very well known in top theory. I mean, I don't know how many countless amount of games have been played in this position. Knight e5, bishop, knight takes e5, rook e5, bishop e7, white drops back the bishop on f1. castles d4, bishop f6. And now white has the choice to make where to move the rook or maybe even keep it on tree.
And I think
So,
since it's
till now,
last
five.
round of the round robin event, that's why players are like preferring or choosing the solid structures, not too
Yeah,
ambitious.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I can say for my case, I never enjoyed playing morning games,
Yeah.
especially when the rounds started like before 10 a.m. That was generally a nightmare for me. And I think a lot of players here also don't like playing morning games. I mean, generally, chess players are well known to sleep in late.
Yeah.
What's your preference? Like, are you like more of a morning person or do you like, and it doesn't matter what time the game is?
Definitely even morning rounds are like nightmare for me. I prefer always the afternoon rounds or evening is also fine. In US there are tournaments that they have round at 7 p.m.
Oh,
It's
okay.
crazy. Like it ends at 11 or 12, but that is better than playing in the morning.
Yeah, yeah, I can't disagree with that. I second to you on that as well. Um, why don't we quickly move to the IM section where we have two players fighting for the international master norm?
Yeah.
Uh, I think the two players in the frame of conversation is one is the young guy, 10-year-old kid, international master FIDE master Arith Kapil, who's just 10 years
Adit's
old.
Kapil.
Yeah, who's just 10 years old. I mean, I don't know. When I was 10 years old, I didn't even know how to write my own name. And this guy here is about to make his IM norm.
Yeah, and in 2025, he actually drew against Magnus in a title Tuesday game.
Yeah, yeah.
And he also became the youngest player to reach 3,000 blitz rating in chess.com this year.
I mean, I remember playing him few casual blitz games, and I can tell you it was not fun at all. I mean, he was whooping me left, right, and center. So yeah, today if he wins the game, he gets his first or I think second
I
I
think second IM norm. He gained his first IM norm in, I think, April, but I think this is going to be his second norm.
I think second I am Norman. Definitely. I think again I would like to reiterate this again and again that tournaments like this provide opportunity to young players like him. They don't have to travel abroad. They get like the perfect conditions to play. And Adit Kapil might as well become the youngest international master in history of chess. Like who knows? And all of this is happening because of the constant pioneering efforts of Chola Chess for not only organizing brilliant training camps like by world-class top players. I mean, just to name a few like Boris Gelfand, RB Ramesh, Surya Shekhar Ganguly, all these top coaches are providing coaching for free of cost. But apart from that, all these great events that are happening on the home soil give a lot of opportunity to youngsters like Arit Kapil.
Yeah, usually we see very less round robin events in India, but this is like amazing opportunity for the Indian talent to gain norms.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can say for my case, like when I was trying to get my IM norms or even my GM norms, it wasn't simply possible to play in India. I mean, you would have to travel abroad, you have to spend a lot of money,
Yeah.
which not everyone can unfortunately do in this country. So having tournaments like this when you can just play in your home soil and have the chance to make big results like the norms, it's I think such a fantastic opportunity. Okay, diving into the game, do you know anything about the black player?
Uh, Let me see.
Yeah, so actually I also played her recently. I think I played her a week ago.
Oh,
I played her a week ago exactly. She's the rising superstar from Sri Lanka, and she's actually just 14 years old.
oh
So
wow.
14 years old and 2350. And I remember we played for around 100 moves, and the game lasted for 5 hours. And she only made a mistake on move number 83. Then the position was completely equal from the start. So, I mean, you can say we know how strong of an opponent this is for Arith. Let's dive into the game. D4, knight f6, c4, e6, G3, knight C6. Okay, a very interesting choice. I mean,
Yeah.
I think as far as I know that Adit Kapil is being trained by Srinath Narayanan, who is a well-known expert in this opening. This opening is called
Yeah.
as Catalan defense. He has wrote a very famous chessable course back in the day. And I think Adit definitely had a phone call with Srinath before this game on how to approach and like what's the right strategy to do. Knight C6,
And
bishop.
I think black player, Gunawardhana, she definitely knew that Arith is in a tense situation and she need to get him out of the preparation.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Knight c6, bishop g2, bishop b4 check, bishop d2, queen e7, e3. What do you think about this move? I mean, this is something new to me. I think
Yeah,
white.
I totally knew. That's what I'm also wondering. But I think White is obviously like I think well prepared already,
Yeah,
even
I
for
mean,
his plan.
simply the time suggests, yeah, white is blitzing out the move. I think, as far as my memory clicks in, the point of this move is to develop the knight on e2, where the bishop on g2 will have an open access to the long diagonal. So black
Do you
takes.
prefer the version with knight f3, knight c3 in the before position, or do you prefer the e3, knight e2, knight c3?
I mean, I think it doesn't matter what I prefer. Yeah, Srinath is like the biggest expert and he's been training Arith. So I'm definitely sure he knows what he's doing here. For me, in this case, like for someone like me, I'm not even sure. Like I would have probably played knight f3 with my eyes closed. Bishop d2, queen d2, d5. Okay, c takes d5, e takes d5. On one hand, black has managed to open the diagonal for the bishop. On the other hand, white is creating a lot of pressure on this b5 pawn. And black plays bishop f5. I mean, actually quite an interesting move, I must say. First of all, can white not really take the pawn on d5? What is happening here?
I think it's an interesting choice, but I think Black might
I
get
guess.
the initiative
So
by
knight takes
getting knight
d5,
b4 after taking
bishop
the
takes
knight.
d5. Yeah, absolutely. And the point is of knight b4 is like you're not only threatening the bishop, but you're also threatening to jump with knight c2. Bishop b3, you're protecting this. Black can break in the center with c5. And here already, the thing, white's pieces are so badly off. Going back to the, I think we have a result already. Wait, that is,
A checkmate in 15
no, no,
moves?
I think that's, no, I think this is a glitch, probably a glitch. Yeah. I think a
Oh
glitch with
yeah.
DGT board, especially. Black, yeah, I think most likely what happened is white took here and black recaptured, but accidentally the DGT board considered as checkmate, which is
Yeah.
kind of funny. Yeah. Okay. Going back to this game. Okay. I think let's go back to the IM tournament where, and I think we have one more guy who is fighting for his IM norm again. That is Dakshin Arun.
Yeah.
So E5, knight
Okay,
E5,
went for Alipin.
Alapin variation, bishop C4. Actually, I think this is a very clever choice because generally the players with white play Alapin to get a solid game, yeah?
Yeah.
I think Goshilashvili David from Russia knows that his opponent is in a must-win situation, so it definitely makes sense to play a solid opening. I mean,
Yeah.
he was really upset with a draw here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Black must be feeling very frustrated with his choice already.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, Knight f6, hitting the pawn on e4, e5, knight e5, bishop c4, e6. Both sides making very natural developing moves. d6, d4, takes, de5, de5, d6, and bishop d5. I mean, when you see moves like this, you feel that, and you start kicking yourself, yeah, with the black pieces. I mean, your opponent has like very clear intention, like he just wants to play as solid as possible. Bishop b4 check, white plays knight c3. So what do you think about this position in general? I think actually,
I feel
unfortunately,
like Black don't have any chance to win, actually, to gain something out of this position out in the opening.
yeah, that's actually true. And unfortunately for black, he can't even take ED5 because Queen A4 check just drops a piece, a double attack. So here, I think he's practically forced to take on C3. I mean, this is just a dreaded position, yeah. I mean, I think black will be very, very unhappy to get this position right after the opening.
Yeah.
I don't know what, maybe queen takes d5, queen takes d5, e takes d5. And when I was young, my coach taught me that when you have opposite color bishops, generally the game will be a draw because both the bishops cannot fight each other.
Yeah.
So an unfortunate opening start from for Dakshin Arun, but let's see what happens.
But what would you do if you're in a white player situation? Like you knew your opponent needs a must win and you're just playing white pieces. Would you go for an aggressive position or just a pure solid one?
I think the smartest thing to do is what White has done to go for a solid line. But
Yeah.
me being me, not having enough brain cells, I would think I would have gone for something more stupid.
But actually, going for a solid position is a clever choice, as you mentioned, because black will definitely try to do something in that position, and white will get an advantage, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, pragmatic style of chess. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you have to play where your opponent is not feeling comfortable. You always don't need to go for a direct attack, making a lot of sense. Okay, why don't we quickly jump to the game between my personal favorite of this tournament, Madhvendra Pratap, who is also like a 13-year-old kid, already close to 2400. I mean, I think it's time for me to retire from chess. Yeah, like these young kids are just dominating the world of chess. 13-year-old and like 2373 is just absolutely incredible. And he's playing against Alexandrov Alexej. I think Alexandrov was a world top 20 player 20 years before Madhvendra was born.
Oh,
So that just shows that it's a pure battle between experience versus young, youthful energy.
yeah.
Let's go from the start. D4 NF6, C4 E6, knight C3 D5, knight F3, and DC4. I think it's already a very clear intention by Black that he's opting for the most principled and direct chess. On the other hand, like I- if you're white and you're playing someone young, what would your strategy be in such situations?
I would actually go for something positional because I tend to see like most of the young players go for the dynamic tactical versions.
Yeah.
So I would probably go for the positional and strategic kind of positions.
Yeah, I'll kind of agree with you absolutely. I mean, White does the same. He plays E3. I think the more principled
Yeah.
move in general is to play E4, but then Black has two choices. He can push B5,
Yeah.
fighting in like in a very different way. Like if you take on B5, Black can take on E4, or can play the bishop B4, and after bishop takes C4, Black can take the pawn. So in general, a very complicated line will arise. So White chooses a solid move, E3. Um, Threatening to take the pawn. Black plays A6. I think a very clear idea. Bishop C4, Black wants to go B5 and develop the bishop to the long diagonal. A4, C5. Both sides develop very naturally. Knight C6, castles, Bishop E7, Queen E2, CD4, Rook D1, castles, and Knight takes D4. Yeah, very interesting position, I must say. I think I would still prefer White a tiny bit more, just because of the extra tempo he has and the beautiful rook on the D line.
Yeah.
Also, like,
Black started thinking already.
yeah, Black has already started thinking, and White is blitzing. I think generally, as far as I know, Alexander is a more positional and solid player, and Madhvendra on the other side is more oriented towards tactics. So I think this position suits more the style of Alexander, even though this position might not have any objective advantage for Black, for White, but I think it makes a lot of sense for someone like Alexander to opt for a solid line. Yeah. Moving on to the next game. Which game do you want to look at? Probably let's look at the game between Pranav KP and Madesh Kumar S. What do you think about these players? Actually, I unfortunately have no idea about both of them.
Me neither.
Yeah. I think definitely young, talented players.
Yeah, it feels like we are getting old.
Yeah, we're definitely getting on. So white plays d4, nf6, nf3, e6, c4, d5. I think similar line to what we saw in the previous game, knight b d7. And again, e3. Maybe this is some new sort of trend, yeah, to play more solid chess. a6, similar idea. Black is starting to take on c4. Let's say white goes bishop d3. Black can take bishop c4, b5. The bishop goes to the long diagonal. So white plays a rather, I think for my understanding of chess, a rather strange move. C takes d5. I don't know if this is preparation or not, but e takes d5. And I have only seen this position generally with the bishop outside the pawn chain, with
Yeah.
the bishop on g5. Here, on the other hand, the bishop is on c1. Maybe this is some kind of modern computer preparation I have no idea about. Bishop d3, bishop d6, both sides develop naturally. Castle, castles, h3, at d6, e4 takes, knight e4, bishop e4, rook b8. So why don't you explain the viewers what's going on in this position? What's happening here?
Yeah, so I think black should play or trying to play bishop b7 in the next move, or either that or go knight f6 and activate the bishop on this side. Or once the bishop moves, then he can play bishop b7 and keep his active bishop on the edge too, on the
Absolutely.
line long diagonal.
Yeah.
But from white side, I'm actually confused what could be his plan because he got the isolated pawn. Maybe he's planning to play something like bishop g5.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to put the bishop on g5. Also, for someone like me, I would always keep an eye on tactical moves like bishop takes h7. You know, this pre-gift sacrifice. I think, unfortunately, it doesn't work here because white can just. It might look like it's checkmate soon, but knight f6, and then it's unfortunately over. But here, a move like bishop g5 makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, you gain initiative on the queen. If black goes knight f6, you really don't really want to pin your knight yourself. If you play a move like f6, this weakens this diagonal, and also the king side becomes weak. Let's say if I drops like the bishop, I expect something like queen c2 coming in and hitting the pawn on h7, which forces black to make more weaknesses on the king side, which is not something you really want to do. So
Would you go f6 or bishop e7 after bishop g5?
I think I would just take a swallow of a hard pill and play knight f6 here. Not, I mean, I don't really want to play f6. Also, a move like bishop e7 seems passive to me. Maybe it's actually quite a good move, very smart move. But I don't want to make a move so passive. But let's say white takes queen e7. On one hand, yes, you get rid of one bishop, which is kind of smart when you're playing against an isolated queen pawn, IQP, as the professionals say. But I think when you play a move like queen c2, or let's say rook e1, you're threatening tactics like bishop h7, or let's say queen move like queen c2, you're threatening both the pawn on h7 and pawn on c7. Okay, black luckily has this resource with knight f6, stabilizing the position. But I think the bishop on d6 is actually doing a fantastic job on not only eyeing the king side, but also protecting the pawn on c7. So I think a move like knight f6 makes the most amount of sense to me. Okay, probably it's smarter to switch back to the grandmaster section where which game do you want to look at? We have
You can look
four.
at the Federer's game.
Yeah, let's look at Federer game. Yeah, I think Kings Indian always a fun opening to look at.
Yeah.
So I think we left around here. Black goes back bishop d7, preserving the bishop. Knight d3, knight a6, a3. A very clever move. White is preparing to go b4 and restrict the knight on c5. Which, I mean, when the knight on a6 gets restricted, it's often very hard to get it. As they say, the knight on a rim is dim. But black plays a very clever move, a4. I mean, a very smart move, I must say, because if you take the pawn, oops, the pawn in the center loses. And then your pawns start flowing in. So white defends the pawn on e4, threatening to take back on a4. Black plays this move, queen e8, a sneaky little move, protecting the pawn on a4. Bishop e3. I think both sides are playing relatively logical moves. White is playing with the general plan of trying to push c5, b6. And here, do you want to take a guess what white played? I think this is a move that it doesn't come naturally to me. White actually played the move knight b5 here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that doesn't look natural at all.
yeah. I think a very important point is that after bishop b5, c b5, queen b5, yes, you won a pawn, but unfortunately, this bishop on e2 is eyeing the knight on a6. Knight b4, boom, and then you lose a lot of material. And I think a funny trick also is like if you try to defend, instead of taking on a6, I can actually just go knight c6 and trap your queen. That would be a sweet way to finish the game. But of course, someone like Fedorov is not going to blunder that. Plants his knight on the c5 square. A very clever move, I must say, in general. I mean, when you play King's Indian, I mean, I've seen countless amount of games where this knight on c5 is such a monstrous piece. Uh, Defends the queen side and also threatens, puts a lot of pressure on the e-pawn. So white decides to chop it off. Knight c5, b takes c5, b4. I think I really like this move because you hit the pawn on c5, and if you take en passant with a b3, then queen b3 comes, and then you see these pawns. I mean, it's just like
Yeah.
autopilot. You just start pushing the pawn, and
And whereas it's really tough for black to create a passed pawn.
absolutely tough. I mean, yes, black has a solid pawn structure, but the most pitiful piece here is the bishop on g7. Imagine if this bishop was monstrously placed on d4, the situation would be completely different. But the bishop on g7 is so sad. I don't even see a way for black to improve it. Yeah. I mean, I think probably I would think of moves like king h8, knight g8, bishop h6, trying to somehow desperately trade the bishops, but this feels too slow. So
Yeah.
I think white is in a very, very nice, comfortable position here. I think a clear advantage for white. The opening has gone successfully for him. Do you want to switch to another game?
Yeah. So the Kushagra Mohan game, they did not fix it still, or what's going on? Oh, they did it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening right now.
Let's
Okay,
go to Petrov.
yeah. So the boring Dread Petrov. So knight takes e5, knight d7, knight c3, knight takes c3, bc3, knight e5, d takes e5, bishop c5. Um, so as far as I understand from my limited understanding of this position, white has a double pawn, but in return for that, he gets some kind of easy development. Castling kingside makes a lot of sense. Then dropping the queen to f3 or h5. And the rook on a1 can also sneak into action with rook b1, putting pressure on the queen side. So yes, white has the double pawns, but on the other hand, his position has a lot of fluidity, a lot of easy moves to make. So castles bishop e6. I'm not really sure why this is such a precise move, but probably preparation. Rook b1, bishop b6, tucking back the bishop to a safe square, queen f3, and h6. It's actually kind of fascinating for me how black is delaying his castling options. Do
Yeah,
you think
exactly. That's what I'm wondering. Do you think black is planning to do a queenside cast by any chance?
actually, when I think about it, probably it makes a lot of sense. I mean, imagine black going queen d7. Let's say white makes a random move like rook d1. Black goes queen d7. Next up is long castle. And then, yes, I mean, you have this b file, but the bishop on b6 just blunts the rook on b1. And on the other hand, let's say after a move like, I don't know, let's make h3 because bishop g4 is threatened. So h3 long castles. I mean, I can genuinely imagine black creating a storm on the king side with g5, g4, and just blowing up the position. So not an easy thing, I must say. Like white is like it started off with a very solid opening, but right now black has intentions of going aggressive with queen d7 followed by long castle. I think also the move h6 is actually a very clever move with high insight. Because if something like bishop queen d7 would have happened, I think white could have played bishop g5, preventing black from castling long. So h6 is also another subtle way of intent signaling that I want to go put the queen on d7 and castle long.
Do you think white's attack would be faster than black or vice versa?
I mean, I'm not really sure, but I would definitely think of a move like queen g3 here. Before black castles, I would try to hit the pawn on g7. I mean, if you push g6, I mean, do you really want to do that? I wouldn't want to do that. It
Not
weakens
really.
all the dark square complexes here. And also, like moves like bishop g6 spring to my mind. Unfortunately, I think it doesn't work here because of rook g8, an important resource for black. But I mean, I think probably g6 is not that bad as it looks. It might not be bad at all. Because okay, in one way, yes, you are creating some weaknesses on the king side, but then eventually your king is just going to castle the long side. So it might not well be a problem as well.
Or what do you think of completely giving up the pawn? Like going queen d7, queen g7, long castle, something like that.
This actually seems fun. I'm not sure how
Yeah.
to evaluate this, but yeah, okay, I see your idea. You want to go rook g8 if the queen moves, and then we're just gonna spring the bishop into action. Uh, let's see how this looks like. Maybe what if I just play a prophylactic move? Okay, let's say develop a bishop f4. You get your rook into the game.
d8.
Queen f6.
Hmm.
And my only hope is that once you move the bishop to h3, hitting my king side, I have this solid move, bishop g3. I think a
I just
replica,
wish my pawn is on c6 so that I could play bishop d8, but
yeah, that would
unfortunately.
actually be very, very interesting resource as well. I think what it's just an exact replica of what black has been doing, yeah. I mean, you just plant the bishop on the just like in front of your king. It just protects against all the kind of attacking resources along the semi-open file. B file for white and G file for black. So I think okay, we're going very deep into the variation.
Mhm.
Queen G3 would definitely be a move I would
Oh,
consider.
he played rook d1.
Actually, we can quickly refresh and check. I think white has still not made a move.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, white has still not made a move. Um, yeah, I think white is probably thinking of all the options on how to proceed, how to play around this position. Maybe even a move like bishop a3 springs to my mind, like trying to cut black from castling short side. But on the other hand, black doesn't really want to castle short side. So this might not be a clever move at all. I think we have the result has been fixed for board 5, and it has actually been a draw in the game. So c3, and this is where we left off.
Yeah.
Both sides playing very logical chess, developing pieces. But I think it's already clear that both players were just happy with making a short draw here. I don't
Yeah.
think they were in a very fighting mood in this game. I mean, makes a lot of sense. It's the last round. You're not really fighting for anything. Might
Yeah.
as well just end the tournament and just yeah, just say. I mean, like, you just don't want to play anymore. Morning game especially, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have 2 draws already out of the 5 games in the GM section, and 3 more to go. Let's quickly just see the game of Krasenkov. I think we left around this moment where White had a choice to make, like to push d3, d4, or to play b3. White opts for d4, bishop d6, knight c3, knight f6, and queen b3. When I was very young, like this is the only opening I used to play with white pieces. Because it's such an easy opening to play. Like you just play knight f3, you play g3, bishop g2, castle on the king side, push d4, c4, and you can just play all these moves on autopilot. You don't have to learn any theory. So I think I don't know if Harsh was inspired by young Vedant, but I definitely I definitely hope he did not look at those games. So queen b3, queen b6. And in this position, a move like c5 just springs into my mind. I mean, you hit both the bishop and the queen, forcing queen b3, a b3. The bishop has to draw back, let's say c7. And I just push b4. I mean, I have this open a file. I'm gonna go b5. Let's say if you try to stop it, like this is one very important trick for everyone. I can actually still push b5
Yeah.
because you cannot take with the a pawn, the rook falls, and if you take with the c pawn, boom, I have knight b5. Still, a b5 was met with rook a8, and once the bishop moves back, yes. On the other hand, this bishop is such passively based on the b8 square, and also you still cannot really take on b5. So the knight is actually sitting very, very well on the b5 square. So a move like c5 is what I'm expecting
It
white to.
would be great if white bishop is on d3 when we play b5. It would be even more stronger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think a lot of times in this positional line, I know white moving, let's say, let's try to make some random moves. Yeah.
Yeah.
So castles b5, let's say take. Black goes bishop maybe b8. Okay, I think a very untypical plan is to plan the bishop on f4, forcing this bishops to trade. And now you have access to the d6 square and also the e5 square. And often one more idea for white is to, let's say, play rook c1, e3, and move the bishop to f1 here, as you pointed out, to get to the d3 square, where it will look amazingly well. So, yeah, I think Looks like a pleasant position for white, but white is thinking here. Let's quickly switch to the IM group where do you want to look at the game of Arith couple or some other game?
Yeah, we can look at the Arith couples game.
Yeah, let's do this. Wow, okay, wait. So bishop f5, white declines the pawn, long castles, knight f4, and
Mhm.
g5. Wow, that's aggressive. That's aggressive. Okay, what is happening? I'm not able to wrap my mind around this. What if I take here?
Hmm.
I
I
think
think
I
maybe
continue
it's
to
knight
take back.
takes queen e6 or something like that.
I was actually wondering, can black
Oh,
sacrifice
rook
the rook with
d5.
the
Yeah, maybe rook d5 and knight b4. If
and
bishop b3, then maybe queen e4 or knight d3.
yeah, this looks actually very interesting. I mean, queen e3, or even I think bishop e4 looks interesting, but queen e4 also looks knight d3 also
Knight
very,
d3
very.
is, yeah.
But I think white can just probably push his king to e2 square and
Mhm.
maybe not enough compensation here.
Even though that knight looks dangerous initially, but now it's actually in trouble.
Yeah, it's actually in trouble. I mean, a move like bishop c4 or bishop c2 like puts a lot of pressure on the knight. So I think a move like queen e4 definitely makes a lot of sense. Hitting the rook. Can he go long castle? Oops, no. Queen d1 will be mate. That would be a very good way to lose the game. Queen e4. Do you want to move the rook? Not really. So the first natural question that arises is what if short castle is there? I mean, what is happening? I think a move like bishop h3 makes a lot of sense trying to checkmate. But white goes f3 and says, okay, thank you for the material. I just took it. I have an extra exchange and no checkmate. So
I'm
after,
actually thinking of the mindset of Arith in this position. Would he be tense to take that pawn, or do you think he'll be like, okay, it doesn't matter, I'll just focus on my game?
I mean, someone like Arith who's 10-year-old, I think he has already reached such a marvelous feat in the chess world. I mean, he's a very confident kid in general. I think he doesn't care. Yeah, he literally doesn't care about what is going to happen in this game or anything. He just wants to enjoy. Like, I mean, after all, he's just 10 years old. I mean, do you really think he's stressed about becoming a GM or not? I don't really think so. I think he knows for a fact that he will become a GM. So, yeah, I don't know what's happening. I think it's quite interesting. Actually, knight d5, knight d5, knight d5, and queen e6 is such a strong move. You- With the point being that if the knight moves back, boom, knight d4,
Oh, that's a
and
nice
it's
move.
already over. That's such a nice tactic. Yeah. I think the variation we saw with rook takes d5, bishop d5, knight b4, bishop b3. Yes, it looks amazing for black in the start, but actually queen e4 castles, sorry, not long castle that we end. Castle wins for white.
Yeah.
And actually, surprisingly, the best move here for white is to tuck back the knight to e2.
Mhm.
Do you think Arif actually missed the move g5?
Yeah, maybe
I
he
think that could very well be
miscalculated
the case.
something
Yeah.
after knight d5, I guess.
Yeah, I think probably that could be very well true. Because g5 is such a classy move. I mean, you cannot take, if you go back, then thank you for the move g5. I mean, I just gain like two tempos for nothing. If you go to d3, boom, I just take the pawn in d4, and then, sorry, you lose an incredibly strong and important pawn in the center. So things don't look really good for Arif, I must say. So I think in the IM section, both the norm chasers don't really have a good start to the game.
Yeah.
On the other hand, like we were discussing about the game between Dakshin Arun and, I mean, do you really want to play a position like this when you're fighting for an IM norm? I mean, White has an absolutely rock solid position. Opposite color bishop, like easy development. Yes, I mean, yes, there's one weakness on the C3 square, but so is your D5 pawn weak. Oof. I think if this was a normal game, I would expect this to end in a draw very, very fast.
Yeah.
But now I think black will try to. I have a feeling that black might even lose this game, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Because if he tries more, he'll get the minus position.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Okay. Uh, let's quick.
I have a funny story to share.
Yeah,
Speaking of
yeah,
the time round robin, so when I gained my second woman international master norm, it was in Hungary. It's a round robin event.
yeah,
So in the last two rounds, I just need 1 point to get the norm. I
yeah,
was hoping in the eighth round that okay, maybe I'll just try to make the draw somehow, and because that opponent, he was either giving walkovers or just drawing all the games very quickly and just going.
yeah.
But I felt so bad because only on the eighth round, he came to the board. He played so good and he beat me. And in the ninth round, he withdrew from the event. I was like, why? Why me?
Yeah, that's really
But
true.
somehow I managed to win in the ninth round against Mayung Chakraborty, who is now a grandmaster. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's funny.
that's actually an amazing story to tell. I mean, if I am black here, I mean, I would just be kicking myself in the shoe, like, why did I not choose something else here?
Mhm.
Hmm. Okay, let's quickly move on to the other game between De Silva LMST and Arshpreet Singh. Actually, De Silva is quite a good friend of mine. I think he also lives in the US. Uh,
Oh.
um, I think he arguably has the longest name in the chess world. Yeah, I think he definitely does have the longest name in the chess world. A very nice guy in general. I mean, originally from Sri Lanka, now lives in the US. He's been in good form in this tournament. D4 and F6, C4, E6, knight C D5, take, bishop G5, bishop B4,
Yeah.
E3, H6, bishop H4, G5, BG3, knight E4, A3. Okay, some interesting opening theory here. Bishop takes C3, BC3, knight C6, bishop D3. Both sides are blitzing out. Bishop F5, knight E2, queen E7, H3. Wow, long castles. Bishop H2. Okay. Queen e6 short castles. Wow. Knight d6, bishop d6. Again blitzed out. Rook
Yeah,
d6,
look at White's clock.
knight g3, blitzing out again.
He's super prepared.
Queen d3, knight e7, e4.
Okay, finally, it took some time.
First time thinking, yeah. I mean, as far as I know, De Silva, I think he's a very original and a creative player. Um, I've spent a lot of time with him hanging out in general, and then the conclusion that I've made that he nowadays he looks at chess in a very creative through a very creative prism. He's not really worried about results anymore, and I think this just shows that a tournament like Chola Chess is offering so many youngsters a lot of opportunities to play. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, it's very nice to see that all the youngsters playing in this event, and it shows how much Chola Chess is actually taking the initiative to support the young chess players of the Indian chess. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think a move like E4 makes a lot of sense. I want to play F5 here and try to protect the pawn on E4, like prevent the move E5, E4. So white goes E4. I mean, a very, very logical move, I must say. And also, in some ways, I don't really like Black's position here. I mean, the rook on D6 feels so strange. And like the whole prism of black pieces just feels so weird to me. I mean, probably, I don't know, my understanding of chess is not strong enough to comprehend the subtleties of the position. But imagine white playing D E4, knight E4. Yeah. And rook D5. Okay, sorry. Yeah, 1 minute, guys.
So for rook even, probably they would go queen c6, or what do you guys think?
Yeah. Sorry. Rook E1.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe something like queen f5 or queen c6, not sure.
I mean, it would be such an amazing thing. Let's say I play c4, the rook goes back, and imagine if the knight was not on d6, I could just go knight d6 check, yeah.
Yeah.
But then, okay, unfortunately, the knight is protecting the queen here. But okay, here I think I just like white's position. Like I'll push d4, d5, I go rook b1, threaten the pawn on b7, and it looks such a nice position for white to play. E4 knight G6, rook E1 knight F4, queen F3 rook C6, rook E3. I don't really like black's position. I mean, it just feels kind of strange to me. On one hand, like this white's position looks so smooth, yeah. I mean, you can go rook B1 or rook E1, probably like plant the knight on F5 or take on D5. I mean, looks so much fun for white to play. But maybe black's argument in this position is that the pawn on C3 is as weak and it requires constant supervision. So, yeah, quite an interesting position.
Yeah,
To,
even though white have the center control, black have a chance to get kingside attack.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, let's quickly move on to the GM section again, where three boards are currently running. Again, to repeat to the viewers who just tuned in, that India finally got their 97th Grandmaster Harshvardhan GB from, I think, the city of Chennai, if I'm not wrong. The 97 GM. We got the 96th GM yesterday and 97th today. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, both of them are students of Chola chess.
It's
So,
amazing.
yeah, amazing, fantastic initiative once again. Let's quickly see the game between Fedorov. I think we left on a moment like here. A B3, A4. Okay, this is what not exactly what I was expecting to see. I would have probably just gobbled the pawn on B3, A4, B2, Rook A3, Knight H5, Queen D2,
Why do
F5.
you think white did not play rook b1 and he went rook a3 instead?
Why not Rook B1? Why Rook A3?
Yeah.
I think from as much as I understand about this position is that yes, the rook on B1 will help to take the B2 pawn, but the rook on A, let's say I make a random move like knight H5, rook B2, and now the problem is that imagine the rook being on A file, it would support the pawn to go forward, A5, A6, A7. But with the rook being on the B line, I mean, yes, do you really want to play B6? Not really, because the A4 pawn will always fall. So I think the point of this move, rook A3, is to just keep the rook on the A file and slowly gobble up this pawn with like the queen. I, on the other hand, would have probably played rook A2. I mean, just looks a more natural move from the human's perspective, but I think white has his reasons. Knight H5, Queen D2, F5, Queen B2. And I think white has a very, very, very clear plan. Put the rook here, push the pawn, like just push the pawn, yeah, blindly.
Yeah.
And again, I think this bishop on G7 is such a dreadful piece. Absolutely no counterplay for black here whatsoever. Um, I, I think I don't know about you, but I've always enjoyed playing King's Indian with the black pieces, even though it's such a in modern terms, it's not considered as the most solid opening as per se, but you always get some counter-attacking chances. But in this position, I mean, it just feels so unfortunate looking at Black's position. Yeah, I mean, where is the attack? It's just miles away. I mean, I cannot see any attacking potential for Black here. On the other hand, White is just like going to close his eyes, take the A pawn, push it down the board.
Yeah, I used to play London for a long time, and whenever I play London, the last opening I would want to play against is King's Indian.
Yeah. I mean, it makes so much sense. The King's Indian is such an, I mean, such all the legends of the game have played this opening throughout. I mean, none to say that Fedorov Alexei is also a big legend from Belarus chess. Um, I think he was also world top 10 player at one point in time, or world top 20, if I'm not wrong, world top 10 or world top 20. I mean, peaked at the rating of 2680. I think like when I'm looking at the field of this tournament, the GMs here are extremely strong. Krasenko was 2,700. I mean, Fedorov was 2,680. Nikitenko is the current national champion from Belarus. So not an easy field at all.
Yeah, speaking of King's Indian, whenever I see King's Indian, one game clicks to my mind that is Karthikeyan Murli versus, I think, Vashir, Maxim Vashir. He sacrificed a queen for two pieces and played a game. That's actually a very nice example to show
Yeah,
for those who are new to King's Indian.
yeah. I think Kingston is just a fantastic opening. Like, it's one of the openings that made me fall in love with chess. I mean, so many sacrifices, so many attacking games and masterpieces. And also, I am a big fan of Mikhail Tal. I mean, who is not?
Mhm.
And I've read his book multiple amount of times. So openings like King's Indian and Benoni and Sicilian Defense, I mean, just feel so natural to me. I mean, it's one of the reasons I love to play chess. I mean, I know people who are more classically oriented and have like prefer to play like Queen's Gambit Decline and more solid openings. But for someone like me, I just feel like, when you play an opening like King's Indian, when you play an opening like Benoni, you just want to it's like an artistic drawing. Yeah, you're very creative. You don't follow the conventional rules, and then you just want to like have a free flowing creative game with the black pieces.
But what opening do you like to play against King's Indian?
I can tell you what I don't like. I think I played against Fedorov recently and I lost with the white pieces. So I would definitely not repeat that variation again, which I played. I mean, Fedorov just played such an amazing game against me.
Yeah.
So what do you think about this position, Monica?
Hmm. Definitely white should never take bishop f4. That's like a suicidal attempt because it activates the g7 bishop. So, but other than that, I'm thinking of rook a1 instead of taking bishop f4. I think definitely it's a good idea to trade the white bishop on e2 with the knight on f4 if they agree,
Yeah,
because that's kind of, I would say, a weak bishop for us because all our pawns are on light squares. And it's even more clear now, like it's like we have a good bishop on e3 and a bad bishop on g7.
absolutely.
And black will not even have a chance to create a kingside attack now. So maybe it's a bad idea to take knight e2, but what do you say?
I really like the move Rook A1. I
Mhm.
think I would also consider a move like Bishop C4,
Mhm.
just blocking the C pawn. I think maybe your move is much stronger in a way that you want to push the pawn. But a move like Bishop C4 also feels quite good to me.
Or what do you think of direct a5?
Quite an interesting move. The only problem with this move, I feel, is that knight e2, queen e2. I mean, in some way, let's say a black takes e4, we take back. Black takes f1. Mm, you want to take with the king or with the queen?
Queen, queen takes f1.
Okay, queen f1. I mean, in some world, maybe this pawn on b5 can be a slight weakness. I don't think that's the case here, but it
Because
might
I
be.
think we can just go a6, right?
Yeah, I think it's very important to show the viewers that rook b5, a7, and boom, a8 is queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think probably the move a5 is also very, very strong. I think in general, black's position just looks miserable to me. Moving on to the other game between let's look at this game between Ajay and Tulipala.
Mhm.
I think we left it on this point.
Yeah.
White plays the move a4. Um, yeah, this is beyond my understanding. Maybe you can help the viewers dive into the complexity of this position.
With queen d7, I think now it might not be a great idea, like to do the long castle, right? With a5 coming up.
But he actually does it anyways. That's
Hmm.
interesting. I think this is not working, if I'm not wrong.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think it probably
Yeah,
doesn't work.
it's clever for black to just keep the king in the center, like not deciding either long castle or short castle.
True. White goes rook b4. Again, a very mysterious move for me. Long castles. Yeah, I have no idea what's happening here.
Yeah.
I think a move like rook b4 had black wanted to prevent bishop g4, but
But is it really that serious threat to play rook b4 and stop bishop g4?
Yeah, actually, not really. I'm not sure. Also, black is not really threatening to take on a4 because let's say white makes a random move, boom, and white just wins the game on the spot.
Yeah.
A strange move, but I think white definitely has reasons. Do you think white is actually provoking black to push this pawn? Do you think that could be the case?
Hmm.
Because actually here, I think I see a nice tactic.
Yeah,
White
rook b6, right?
rook b6, cb6, and bishop b5. That would
Yeah.
be an end to the game. So maybe playing for some small tricks here.
Mhm.
Black goes long castles and white goes bishop b3. Mm, I don't know about you, Monica, but for me, this position feels so easy to play for white.
Yeah. Yeah, I like white's position.
Yeah, I mean, this or this, and I start pushing on the king side, queen side. Where is black's attack? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what's.
Black's attack is not that clear. G5, G4. I'm not sure if it's that strong enough to even create an attack that quick, like white.
Maybe rook a1,
Yeah.
threatening a5. Bishop goes to a5. Yeah, but
B.
rook
Yeah.
b5. Let's say I gobble this pawn.
I'm looking for some tactical ideas. Not sure. Maybe rook b1 for now.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the queen side. I
Yeah.
think, yeah, I think looks very interesting position.
If I see this position right now, I would have never guessed that it came from Petrov.
That's actually true. That's actually very, very true. I think it's such a hard guess to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. I think I can be for sure it's not Karo Khan or Sicilian because the pawn is on c7,
Yeah.
yeah. But guessing Petrov will be very hard.
True.
Okay, I think a very interesting position. Let's quickly switch back to the IM group where young, talented kid Arif Kapil
Oh
is
yeah.
playing. So
So he did go knight e2 back.
this, this takes, castles, take, h5.
Mhm.
I am not really enjoying White's position at all here. I'm definitely not enjoying this. I
Yeah.
with h4 coming in, the queen slamming in on the e4 square.
Yeah. I'm thinking of something like h3, but again, not sure.
Yeah, black is threatening h4 as Monica suggested before. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't like this position at all with black.
Yeah, when you go h3, g4, then h4, the f3 square becomes weak, but when white would get the f4 square if they go g4.
But let's say I play f5 here.
Hmm. My tactical brain just wants to push pawns like f4, but my positional brain is like, what the hell are you playing?
Yeah, I mean, this position just feels so miserable for white. I,
Yeah.
you don't really want to be in a position just to defend, especially in a must-win situation.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see the other game of the other Iron non-chaser. Dakshin Arun is playing with the black pieces. So I don't think white's position, like black's position, has improved any bit.
Yeah, I think he's trying his best to get something out of this position, but white is just not allowing it.
Actually, a very interesting psychological question might be that in situations like this, would you prefer to lose the game and risk everything? Well, let's say like you have a 10% chance to win, but a 90% chance to lose, versus let's say a move you make, which is objectively the best, but it's going to be like 80% draw. So what kind of move would you make here?
It actually, for me, it depends on the opponent's rating. If
Yeah.
it's someone like a very lower rated than me, then I would probably try. But if it's higher rated than me, then I would maybe just take a draw.
Yeah. Actually, interesting question.
What about you? What would you do?
I think I'm not sure exactly what I would do, but I think I would just keep on playing until when I would realize that absolutely I have no chance to win. So I would gamble more in situations like this. I mean, just simply to put the fact into perspective for the viewers, that it's such an hard task already to make an international master now, and especially when you come so close. I mean, do you really care if you lose one game? Yes, you get if you lose a lot of rating for sure, but imagine if luck somehow Kaisa, the goddess of chess, blesses you and you win this game. I mean, that could actually mean a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, but still not looking too amazing for black currently. Moving on to this game, which my favorite player from this tournament again. I mean, Madhvendra, the young kid, ED4, rookie 8, D5, bishop D6. Hmm. What do you think, Monica, about this position?
Mhm. I think definitely both players. I think White is feeling comfortable in this position, might be feeling comfortable in this. Hello, we have WGM Aarti, ma'am, and Rakshita Ravi here. Hello, ma'am. Hello, Rakshita.
Hi. Hello, Monica.
I
Hi, Vedant.
Actually, we got the 97th Grandmaster in this event. How are you feeling about it?
It's a very nice experience. See, the success of the tournament is enhanced by norms. I would not say it is just norms, just the playing and the experience itself is a big success for us, but it is enhanced with norms. So we are very happy that he's become a grandmaster with completing this norm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, as you were discussing before on the stream, that tournaments like this provide such an amazing opportunity for youngsters. I mean, I think every Indian chess player has gone through this problem over and over again. They have to travel abroad, spend a lot of money to go, especially to Europe, to play events. And here in a city like Chennai, where you get such an amazing event where all the strong GMs come in to play, I mean, just feels like a dream to me.
So exactly, that's the idea of this concept. Like we at Chola Chess, we want to provide more opportunities for young Indians to achieve norms in India. So
Yeah,
that's the
yeah, makes a lot of sense. Why don't you tell like what's generally like how many camps are you conducting per month and how is the whole atmosphere basically in the Chola Chess Academy?
So every month we will have 5 to 6 camps for different level of children. We divide them by rating category. This
Okay.
goes up to grandmaster level. So we also have a big grandmaster enrollment. I mean, who come and practice here, and also they play tournaments. We have small internal tournaments within our small group of kids.
Hmm.
So we have about 30 grandmasters enrolled with us. They attend grandmaster camps regularly, almost on a monthly basis whenever they were available. If not, we also sometimes have these online camps. Even if they are traveling, they could attend these camps. We have a big international master group, like the norm seekers, I would say, for who would like to become grandmasters. So we have a good presence there as well. And then we have all the upcoming talents in India. So we train them. We have camps regularly with them here, like Madhvendra Pratap, Arshia Das, and Arit Kapil. So all of them are part of Chola. So we are very happy to nurture India's best talents here.
Yeah, makes sense. So just for a viewer trying to let's say trying to get into Chola Chess, is there a specific way they can follow or maybe they go to the website? How is it?
Yeah, they can go to the website and apply, but basically we have a selection criteria that is top 10 in the national championship. So
Okay.
if they're placed top 10 in their respective category, then they are automatically eligible to join Chola. So they can fill the form through the website and we will connect with them.
That's amazing. That's amazing to hear. And speaking about norms here, I think we had three players playing for the norms. Harshvardhan GB already achieved his final GM norm and also his GM title. And you have the young 10-year-old Arit couple, uh, who is very close to his second IM norm. And also, I think Dakshin Arun is fighting for his IM norm as well. Uh, Actually, a very curious question, which a lot of viewers had, that was there any specific selection criteria for this event, or do you have like we want to give chance to youngsters to play?
No, it is generally, talented youngsters. If it is open, they can apply through email to us. And then we have a selection committee which will select the players.
All right, makes a lot of sense.
Amazing. And I have one question about Chola Chess, ma'am. Like how this initiative has started.
So this was actually Ramesh had come up with the idea of training young talents. So when they were casually having a discussion with our chairman, Mr. Vellayan Subaya from Chola Foundation. So when we were discussing, then Ramesh was telling my retirement plan is to train people for it was basically like I want to train everyone, but I don't have the bandwidth to train because it's only one person, right?
Yeah.
So if we have a group of trainers, like 5, 6 trainers, then we can train a lot of young children. So we need a lot of young talents because now we have the top is almost we have Prag, Gukesh, Arjun, Nihal, Arvind, everyone is there. So we need the next cream to be pushed into. So the young talents need to be nurtured, and that's the next step we need to do. So that was a conversation Ramesh had with Mr. Valdayan. And then he suddenly said, okay, why don't we start this program here? So we were genuinely surprised at that time and we were very happy. And then he said, okay, give us a proposal. So then we made this proposal and they were very excited about this, creating this next generation of young players in India. So that's how this project started. And we have now completed about 122 camps in Chennai at Chola Chess. So we have about 288 students enrolled with us, and we're trying to help them as much as possible. So now Chola Foundation has also come up with a small scholarship initiative for young children for chess. So we have Arshia Das, I think Madhvendra Pratap, I think Advik, and then we have Divi Brijesh. She just won gold medal yesterday in the World Under 12 World Cup girls. So Divi is also part of us. So we're very happy to have all these talented children with us.
Absolutely.
It's amazing to see supporting so much young talent. And how did the round robin initiative has started?
So first level was to train the children. So we started this after 1 year. We were thinking how to, take this forward. What is the next step? So then we got a lot of requests from parents that, traveling abroad is very expensive. So they wanted scholarship or some help for tournaments and all. And then we kind of had a discussion and Madam Kanika Subaya, Mrs. Kanika Subaya, so she came up with the thought of why don't we have the tournaments in India? Instead of sponsoring and sending them, giving them some help, we will organize a tournament so at least 5, 6 of them can participate. So that's how this started. And it was her brainchild to conduct tournaments in India, like proper quality tournaments. So we invite normally active GMs, not like old GMs. Or it's a very active tournament where you have active players who are in steam, and also our youngsters are very, norm seekers are playing very actively. So it's a proper tournament with good facilities. That's our idea.
It's amazing.
Amazing. I think also just shows the strength of the event. Like when Krasenkov, like I think if I'm not wrong, he's 62 years old, and he was absolutely demolishing all the young players. It just shows like the whole event and the whole atmosphere is being so strongly organized that there's just absolutely no chance for error.
So when we contacted Mr. Krasenko, he said, he expressed interest in playing this tournament, and he also trains for us. He comes to Chennai and trains for us here at Chola Chess. So after this, he will also be doing a camp for international masters. So
Wow.
after the tournament. So we were asking him, would you like to play the tournament also? He said, okay. Then we were thinking, probably he's also our students or our norm seekers would have an easy time with him, but no, he played some amazing games. I think Rakshita will agree with me. So we were all, it was so enterprising. We were watching the game live, and Queen F8, I think Queen F8 was an amazing move. So he's having a good tournament here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And my question to Rakshita, I mean, she's always been one of the most top rising youngsters from India. And I think how has Chola chess affected your chess career? Um,
Always Chola just
Yeah, I think the initiative of Chola Chess is amazing because it is like it's for a lot of youngsters. Yeah, a lot of youngsters.
Okay, thanks.
Just a second.
Can you hear us?
Internet is
Yeah,
breaking.
yeah, we can hear
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's basically just free coaching for all the youngsters. And I personally have attended almost 6, 7 camps from last 1 year. And from different coaches, from Ramesh sir, from Ganguly sir, and it has been amazing. Yeah.
That's so nice to hear.
How is our
All right, are you looking at some games? What is
Yeah.
happening?
Yeah, we are actually looking at the game between Arit, who we genuinely are hoping that he pulls off a win, but his position doesn't look too promising as of now. But
Oh, he's right.
Arit, I mean, always like such an entertaining player. He's only 10 years old, but like with such great maturity and for his young, tender age,
He has a lot of time.
yeah, he has a lot of time, definitely. Uh, on the other hand, we were not liking his position specifically because the king seems to be under fire. And as we were discussing with Monica, that when you're in a must-win situation game, I don't really want to get into a defensive situation from the start itself.
Yeah.
So this is one game, and the other game between Daksh and Arun, who was also playing for his I am Nom. I think also we were kind of unhappy with his position to begin with because you have opposite color bishops on the board and he has to win.
No, when I saw the opening, I was like, oh my God, how will he win this with black? No, white played all of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
what we were discussing before. Like when your opponent was in must-win situation, Alpin is like a brilliant choice because
Yeah.
definitely try
Puts
to
a lot of pressure on the opponent.
yeah, just psychologically, it's such a dreadful opening to face, especially when you're in a must-win situation. I think also, as far as I remember, in the first edition of the event, Audi needed a win to get his norm in the last round, and his opponent played Petrov, which was he was very upset when he saw that. I think just like when I am playing round robin events, like especially in Europe, I know how hard it is to get a GM norm. And also, I know like when you have an event like in India, especially a very, very strong event, like the round robins I play generally have a much lower rating average. Here, the average rating is much higher, and also all the players are very motivated. I think it was, I mean, especially for a chess player, like I was feeling jealous myself that why didn't I play this myself? Yeah.
And what's happening in Krasenko's board? Do we also have GM norm event? I think he will win the tournament if he wins the game.
Yeah, Krasenkov's game looked
He
slightly.
won yesterday. Huh? Oh.
Yeah, I think he's just like playing such an amazing enterprising chess in this tournament. Um, this position we were not sure to begin with. I think we thought black is solid, but white is kind of pushing here.
Yeah.
We were expecting like I was expecting a draw to be the most likely result in this game.
Yeah.
And Rakshita, you recently played World Rapid in Blitz Teams Championship representing Chess Gurukul, right? This like along with Vaishali Trek. And how was that experience?
Yeah, it was basically being there with family. So I knew each and everyone from last 12 to 13 years. So it was just very fun and also very motivating seeing Arvind, Prag, Vaishali playing there in the same team.
Yeah.
Yep. Also, a lot of viewers had this question that is Chola Chess planning to organize an open event in the future, or is it just going to
No,
be
we
mostly
are also
round robin
planning
events?
like a GM mix, like a very strong open tournament with a strong cutoff,
Okay.
like 2,200 above or 2,300 above. We have not decided yet. So a very strong open tournament with a strong rating cutoff and average. So that's the idea. Probably November. We're looking at November to organize this. So, so there we have a even bigger stage for many of them to compete and, get benefited.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, that
I
will
think
be
at this
amazing.
point,
And
yeah, Monica,
yeah,
please
go on.
continue.
Yeah, I was just telling it is going to be amazing and it is going to be helpful to many youngsters to get their knobs.
Yeah, so we also wanted to have a women event, like for girls. But then I think somehow we're not able to get all of them together at one point. So we thought in the GM Open, which we're going to conduct about 2-2 or 2-3, maybe we will have a kind of special entry for girls, about maybe a little bit rating leverage can be given for girls. So to encourage more women participation.
Yeah, that will be awesome, man.
So that will be our next try, because we're very motivated seeing this GM mix happening in Uzbek and all these countries now. They have this GM mix tournaments, so which is a very high average tournament. So I think we will also try to do one in November, and depending on the success, we would have more next year.
Yeah. That will be amazing. Events like this are going to be really helpful for Indian young talent. We are seeing, as you mentioned, Uzbek, like how many events they are conducting and promoting chess among the young players. And we are really grateful for Chola Chess to conduct similar experiences and events like that.
So generally, if you see even Rakshita or any player who's actively playing in India, they play at least like maybe 5-6 months in Europe, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we're trying to cut down on that and bring more tournaments to India so they could play here, and make use of it. So one thing is food is not a problem when they play here. So even the climate, travel, cost, everything would be down for players. But the main challenge is to get foreign grandmasters come and participate here in India. So either they're scared or they don't want to travel so long. And it's like just for one tournament, they have to come all the way and play this event and go back. So
I think
makes a lot.
most of the foreign players, I have heard many times, like they think like, oh, Indian players, they're too strong, they're underrated.
Underrated, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I myself would be scared to play against students who play. Yes. I mean, I don't want to play these monsters.
Yeah, before when we were looking at the players list and the players, we were thinking like, did we become so old? Like, yeah.
But
Okay, let's look at the game of Dolipala and Ajay Santosh. Let's ask
Yeah.
Rakshita if she could guess like from which opening that position has come. Oh, I think the notation has.
I can see that. Oh, this is from Petrus?
Yeah,
Doesn't look,
exactly.
but it doesn't look like Petrus.
Yeah. That's actually better. I think I was making a bet with Monica that it's almost impossible to guess like this arise from a Petrov.
Yeah, that's a complex position.
Yeah. I think when we were looking at this position, we felt that White's plays very, very, very easy here. I mean, just
Yeah, just rook b5, no? C4 probably.
go to
Yeah.
B5, push this pawn to A5. and just like start throwing all the pieces on the king side.
Yeah.
So I think this is probably looking very, very promising for white. The most intriguing game for us was the game between Fedorov and
Antonio.
the French guy.
Yeah,
And it
Antonio,
looked like a
right?
complete demolition from the start.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
If I'm not wrong, even he is a student of Chola chess, right?
Yeah, Antonio also has attended a few camps, maybe 4, 5 camps, and he's also attending our present course camp after this tournament.
Wow.
So we also have a lot of interest from Europe. They want to come and see what's happening in India. So especially we have a lot of people visiting Chola chess, trying to understand how the training is done, how the children are, what is their mindset. And now it's a very good scenario that Europeans want to emulate how Indians play chess.
Yeah. That's so amazing. And like in general, like is it open to like anyone from Europe if they want to apply, or
They can apply, and we have only very few slots because it's basically a CSR program. It's only for Indian students. And as a one-off case, because these foreign players also bring in a lot of experience, and our players would also get exposure to how a player in France would think or how they prepare. So it's also a mutual symbiosis. We will also get to know what they do. So it's easier for our students to play against French players. So that's why we take foreigners in the camp. The purpose of Chola to take foreigners is to understand what is the training process there.
got it. And also, Aarti ma'am, just like one question is, let's say if you want to make the next step in Chola chess. I mean, you're already doing like an amazing job, which is so amazing. But what do you think is the vision? Let's say going in 5 years down the line, what is Chola chess actually going to look forward for?
So the initial idea was to create a grassroots level, good competition level. I won't say grassroots. Okay, compared to the top guys like Arjun, Gukesh, and Drag and all. So we want to create the next generation, next team of players who have the potential to reach there. So we need to create the younger generation. So that was the initial idea. Now we have a long-term vision, not so just continuously churning out talent and guiding them properly so that they could reach at that level. So, for example, we don't want to drain out like it happened in the USSR. There were a lot of players who were coming again and again. At one point, it stopped because the youngsters were not coming. So the idea of Chola chess is to keep this, stream continuous.
That's actually a beautiful vision to have. And what are the challenges basically Chola chess is facing at this moment? Like how can, let's say, if someone is interested to getting associated with Chola chess, maybe through different kinds of events or anything. So what do you think are the primary challenges and how can someone, an individual help?
No, I think they can just apply. Like I told you, we have the selection criteria. If they're placed in top 10 in the nationals, they can apply to us and we'll be happy to have them here. But the challenges as such is mainly conducting camps to accommodate all of them because most of them are playing tournaments around the year. For example, Rakshita also told you she was attending 5, 6 camps in a year, though we have 12 camps in a year. So, the challenge at present, I would say, is to, find a suitable time to conduct a camp so that most of the players can get benefit. So we're trying to, fix this puzzle. So we are having a lot of camps, so they could choose between camps and come and train with us. So that's the main challenge. The next challenge is to find a trainer because we're having so many camps, like for 6, 7 camps in a month. So we need trainers also. Also, most of our Indian trainers are playing. So that means it's like it's going to be difficult to get trainers also. So that's the basic challenge, nothing much.
And Rakshita, so how would be your mindset if you're playing in a round robin event and you are in a must-win situation?
I was in a must-win situation like a few months ago, and I was black, and I had to win, and I think I would have get the GM now, but I drew the game. Uh, opponent just played Catalan and he just sat completely. I couldn't do anything much. But it depends. You just have to expect a long game, I think. Just have to
Yeah.
keep on playing and expect a long game. I think that's the point.
Yeah, I think it will be very frustrating if our opponent plays very solid line
Yeah.
where we could get nothing, right?
Yeah. No, especially in Dakshin's case, opponent played Ailappan. I was like, it was a very similar situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this just
He's trying his best to
feels
get
frustrating
something
to
out
look
of this
at.
position.
Yeah. All right.
Just white is pushing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, one thing I
Yeah.
understood after this World Team Championship is anything can happen in any board. So let's keep fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we were looking at few games
Yeah.
in World Rapid, and it's continuously something will happen and somebody will blunder, and the tables change.
Yeah.
True. I mean, I'm also hoping that Black can somehow pull a Houdini here and turn things around. Hopefully that happens. But I'm also hoping that Arith,
Hmm.
It's nice to see like Arith and Dakshin both are maintaining their
who
time
doesn't
well
look in such
even
a
in
promising
this
position, like
defense.
somehow swindle his way through again.
Uh,
But
Sorry,
it's quite
Vedant, you
difficult
please.
to improve with white. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very difficult. This position.
So Oshni had a tough tournament in the beginning. The first 3 rounds didn't go well. She didn't score any point in the first 3 rounds. She was also not well. But the fourth round, to everyone's surprise, she bet Alexandro.
Yeah.
I mean, I think like looking at this position, I would not be too optimistic with white. I mean, a move like knight f5, knight d6, rerouting the knight makes a lot of sense. And also like, let's say knight f5, I just push g4,
G4, yeah.
try to create a lot of attack on the king. Doesn't feel so amazing for black as such, for white as such.
You're right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was telling before that both the players who needs a win, they're maintaining their time well. That's really nice to see.
Right. Okay. So thanks for having us in the stream, Monica and Vedant. So we will enjoy your commentary. So we will be.
It's
Thanks for
our
Rakshita to joining.
Yeah.
Thanks for Rakshita to joining us. She was here in the morning, so she inaugurated the event today, the last round. And then I thought we'll have her in the stream as well. Thank you, Rakshita.
Thank you, Rakshita,
Thank
for
you so
being
much.
here. It was amazing to have you both here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Coming back to the games are shaping in progress. Doesn't look too promising for the youngsters fighting for the IM norm. Which game would you like to look at, Monica, now?
This current game, it's very interesting.
What's your take on this? How do you look at this position? I would definitely prefer black. I mean, it feels so much easier to play.
Yeah, this knight d to knight b3 idea definitely looks very promising, but I'm just worried that if white would feel like he will not have that knight on the king side to defend if he transfers the knight to c5. But since it takes 2 to 3 moves, but if you're white, would you play knight d to knight b3?
Actually, I wouldn't. I think a move like rook h1 is very logical,
Yeah,
specifically because you prevent like g4. Now I can just take and then the h8 rook is hanging.
true.
And I mean, at least a move like this safeguards my king. Uh, yes, black is better here, but I'm not getting checkmated. I'm hopeful that someday I will start pushing my pawns down the board and trying to create some counterplay on the king side.
Yeah. Now h4, it doesn't feel like, I would play h4 because I would rather keep the tension like that instead of, pushing the pawns and
Yeah.
deciding something.
I think I would, sorry. I think I would consider very seriously a move like rook h7, swinging the rook here and trying to play g4.
Mhm.
just trying to create some attack on the king side. But the problem with the move like rook h7 is that it's quite slow. I mean, white starts pushing the pawns, and then yes, he's starting to get his counterplay going on. I think g4 is met with a funny tactic. Edge g4, edge g4. Yeah, I think it's better with edge g4, and knight h4. The point being, if you take h4, I can take back with the rook. And
Yeah.
funnily enough, you cannot take here because it's checkmate. And if you don't, I mean, I'm going to take here like straight up. So yes, I'm hoping that some tricks like this show up on the board.
Yeah, but black is taking a lot of time. She should be careful about that.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we have a result on board number 3 in the game between Madhvendra and Alexandrov.
Oh,
It has turned into a draw. Let's quickly see from where we left off. I think around this moment,
yeah, we stopped here.
bishop g4, some sharp moves being played, all the pieces getting traded off.
Mhm.
a5, knight e5. And I think players practically understood that there's nothing to play for in this position and decided to repeat the moves. So a solid draw for Madhvendra. Let's quickly see how his performance in this event was. I think he had a good event in general. So do you want to go back to the games from the Grandmaster section or like stick to the norm seekers?
We'll go to the Grandmaster section.
Let's do that. So 3 games in progress.
Because Fedra, like in this section, the games were very decisive.
Yeah, it's very decisive. Checking the pawn on c7, the primitive idea. I mean, when I'm seeing this position as black, I'm trying to wonder how I can generate counterplay here. I practically don't see any way to do that. Okay, I can push h4. I can go g3, but white just goes h3 and closes clamps down the queen side, king side. I can play g3 now. I can't because rook will just take here. If I play h4, h3, okay, just play g3. So the position of white is so solid and easy to play. On the other hand, just look at this beautiful pawn on a6. I mean, it's just 2 squares away from being a queen.
Yeah,
So-
that's the case with King's Indian. Many players have this misconception that in King's Indian, if black just pushes the pawn on King's side, it will be very easy to get the attack. But if white correctly defends the King side and pushes the pawn on Queen side and gets some space advantage there, it gets very easy for white as well.
Yeah. I think black will probably play a move like rook f7 here, trying to somehow protect the pawn on c7. But actually, white here has an amazing tactical way just to win the game on spot. He can just chop off the pawn on c7, rook c7, push b6, and boom, I mean, like the pawns just start rolling here. Like if let's say the rook moves somewhere, probably e7, black goes b7. If the rook moves here, okay, I just get rook b1. I play chill. I push my pawn to a7 next, and yeah, it just looks so dominating for white. So I think this position is quite tough to play,
Yeah. But where do you think black even made a mistake in this game?
especially if white is it. Sorry, can you come again? I couldn't hear you properly.
I was asking, like, where do you think black really made a mistake in this game?
I think probably playing King's Indian was the mistake. I'm not sure. I think King's Indian is such a finesse opening. I mean,
Yeah.
it's very hard to clearly pinpoint what exactly was the mistake. I mean, White basically took the initiative from the start and just started pressing.
Mhm.
I think also like good preparation from White player, yeah. I mean, he was blitzing out all his moves up to this point. And just got like a decisively winning position here. I think good preparation accompanied with like good tactical vision was practically what what White needed in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's say moving on to the other game between Ajay and Dulipala. Wait. What is even going on here?
How did that position come to here?
Here, rook b4, long castles, bishop b3, c5, rook b5, bishop g4, logical chess, bishop b6, ab6, white played h3, a very logical move. Apparently, rook fb1 here. Yeah, apparently the computer suggests rook b1, c takes d3, and the calm c takes d3, claiming that white is actually totally winning here. Being white can put the queen on d4, take this pawn, and just slam down the pawn on the a file.
Yeah. It's tough to
So
see, I
h3
guess.
was very logical. Yeah, a tough to move, definitely. cd3, hg4, dc2. I don't know what is going on here, to be very, very honest. I see the eval batch showing like a slight advantage for white, but why is that the case? I have no idea. Yeah, I think it's just such a hard position to comprehend totally about.
Okay, speaking of eval bar, I have a question for you. What's that exact evaluation you think, like, if it comes there, I'm confident that I would win.
I think I'm
I
not
think I would
at this
say at
point.
least 2 to 2.5, maybe.
No, I think 2.5 nowadays is I remember messing up 2.5 many, many times. So I wouldn't be too confident. I would say like maybe plus 10. I think plus 10 I would definitely win. I think so. I think till now plus 10 is not something I've messed up. I
But there
definitely
are situations, even when you go to plus 10, I have seen some players blundering checkmate after getting plus 10.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's just such a nervy game, yeah. I mean,
Mhm.
people forget that when you're playing this game, there's so much nervous tension, there's so much things going on in your mind. Basically your brain is on fire. I mean, you're just thinking about so many moves, like literally a million possibilities here and there, and a lot of stress is on the body. And sometimes you don't sleep well before the game because of the amount of stress. And it's not easy. I mean, chess is a brutal sport. One
Yeah,
mistake and a beautifully played game is just finished.
true.
I often have this comparison to a sport like football, where I say that one mistake will concede a goal, but in chess, one mistake is basically just the game. It's such a brutal mistake, yeah.
True. Yeah, I tell many people, like, okay, in football or in cricket, you'll have like a chance, even if you miss one ball or one goal, you'll have a chance to get it back again in next time. But in chess, even if you play all 100 moves correct and just make one blunder, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a brutal game. Not only like, also the problem with, let's say, a game like chess compared to a game like football or cricket is when you see a game like cricket or football, you can actually sometimes pinpoint the mistake to your teammates. You can say, "Oh, he missed the game of chess." I mean, who can you blame apart from yourself?
Yeah, exactly.
You're just like you literally cannot blame anyone. Like it was your mistake that you forgot this move or you missed anything, and then so yeah, I mean, it's such a brutal game in that respect.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, let's move on to the game of Krasenkov, who actually is already slightly better here as black. So b4, we thought white is slightly better here. Black was knight e4. Apparently taking on e4 was a bad decision. Bishop e2 is knight e4, a6, rook a3 takes on e4, takes on e4. When I look at a black has almost all his pawns on the light squares. His bishop on c7 comprehends perfectly well
Yeah.
with the position. And the knight also complements the bishop really well. I mean, the knight can slowly plant itself on the d5 square. And a move like rook d8 can come and putting pressure on the d4 pawn. What is White's plan here? Not really sure. Yes,
Yeah.
he has the bishop paired, but the position is of quite a close nature. And also, I think a very big problem for White's position is this pawn on d4. Imagine if I could give you a chance, I would just move this pawn back to the c3 square. I mean, just solidifying my center completely.
So, yeah, black definitely have a good initiative in this position. Maybe I would not even castle. Maybe after knight f6, I might get even king e7 or d8, right?
Actually, surprisingly, knight f6 is met with a fantastic tactical move b5,
Oh, wow.
which I think is not an easy move to spot. The point being knight e4, rook e4, cb5, and d5. And actually, very, very weirdly, White is creating enough counterplay to hold the game. I think in this position, I would probably 80% of the time play knight f6.
Yeah.
I think it's such a natural move to make. But
b5 didn't even come to my mind after knight f6. I was only thinking of bishop d3.
on the other hand, like the best move for black is didn't want to do. Yeah, actually, the best move for black is just to castle shot. And then play like knight f6 next. I think also like when I don't know about you, but I generally have this notion when I'm playing more experienced player, especially someone like Rasenkov, I don't really want to go to the end game. I don't really want to go into strategical positions. You know, like experience and the amount of work they have put in over the years. I think I would definitely want to go into a complete chaotic position. Okay. Do you want to look at some other game, maybe from the IM section?
Yeah, we'll go to the IM section.
Let's look at this game. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's happening here.
This is an interesting position. Like, when did rook go to a6 and a4?
Yeah. I think we somehow stopped around this moment,
Yeah.
claiming that White's position was easier to play. But actually, now Black is the one who's taking it. Monica, do you consider yourself more of a positional player or like a more dynamic, attacking player?
I would consider myself as a dynamic player.
I think I would resonate to that as well. I also consider myself more of an aggressive attacking player than a positional player. So I think for someone like us, like moving around, shuffling pieces is not too obvious.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
in this
whenever I
position,
see
I would just
someone
like be
moving
like,
or
you know what? I
maneuvering
don't care.
pieces
I
a
just
lot. Sorry, go ahead.
no. You can continue.
Yeah, I was telling whenever I see someone maneuvering pieces a lot, even though it's bad, I feel like, wow, that's an amazing chess.
Yeah. I think it's like Doctor Strange. Yeah. I mean, I don't understand what's going on. It's just too mystic for me. To the symphony of chess sometimes beyond my comprehension.
True. So what do you think of
Um,
this with a6 and a4?
I mean, I think to say the very least, it's very creative, and also just shows a lot of composure from the black player, Arshpreet Singh. Um, would I have high done it? Probably not. But that's why I'm not playing there as well. I mean, these players are fantastic Also, I think in general, what I've observed from all the camps happening in Chola chess is all these youngsters are getting such an opportunity to train with all these legendary players that they get so much experience and wisdom from these coaches that their technical chess, their position understanding improves very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Compared to, let's say, for someone like someone who's not being trained in Chola chess, has to go through like a lot of trial and error, probably read a lot of literature on the topic. But when you're training with someone like maybe Gelfand or like Krasenkov, for that matter, I mean, these people have more wisdom than most of the people's age. So one advice can change your career, basically.
Yeah, it's nice to see like they have the opportunity to get trained by many GMs, not just one. And they all have unique style, right? They could learn like something from every GM or every coach.
Yeah, absolutely. So this looks promising for Black at this moment. Let's quickly shift to the norm seekers. Arit Kapil, unfortunately, his position looks more worse right now.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's
King F.
not really
That's
something I was hoping.
yeah.
So I think we left around moment here, and he played King F1. No,
Yeah, that's what I was
look at this.
saying. Like,
You know what's the most impressive part about this game?
or
Is White is literally blitzing out every move.
Mhm.
He played a move like King F1 in less than 2 minutes. This shows the amount of confidence he has. And now plays
I think, the
GH4,
point is, I think he's
which I
pretending
think
to
I
be
would
good.
probably not.
Sorry,
Sorry,
am
can you
I
come
audible?
again? Yeah,
Yeah, I was just telling that he's pretending to be confident, I guess. He's playing fast and he's playing moves like King F1 in less time.
yeah. I don't know if this is a good strategy, to be honest, but I mean, who am I to say this to a 10-year-old kid who is
Yeah.
creating history? So something like Rook G7 looks to be coming in. I take. I mean, do I really want to be white here? No, right? I mean, this pawn looks weak. The king looks weak. The knight can probably shove back to the d6 square, read out itself to e4, threatening on h3. I mean, it's too many moves for black.
Yeah.
Actually, I think this is also one of the critical moments. I think someone like Arith will not even remotely be thinking of making a draw here.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't care if
Definitely.
he loses this game. He's going all in right now. I think that is why he played a move like GH4, where I think G4 would have probably it's still worse for white, but lot more defensible. It's a lot more um, tenacious way of defending the position. But when you play a move like GH4, you are signaling very clearly that you don't want this game to be a draw, and you're
Yeah.
going to gamble more and more. Even though this is deteriorating your position, you are increasing your probability to win the game, which I don't think is really going to happen. I'm very fearful that Arith might lose this game eventually, but who knows?
True.
Do you want to shift to the other game between Dakshin and Goshilashvili?
Yeah, let's go to the Dakshin's game. Where the d5 pawn is really weak.
Weirdly enough, Black is actually turning the screws around here.
Oh,
Yeah, the d5 pawn is extremely weak. What do you think of a move like Rook c8 in this position? I play Rook c8, I threaten the pawn on c3.
mhm.
If you take my pawn, okay, I take yours. I activate the rook. You cannot really go back because I will chop and I'll go knight f4. If you don't go back, I mean, I'm just going to chop the bishop on a3. So what do you play? King d2? Or I can just take on a3. Maybe the king goes back. I mean, looks like some interesting play happening here, yeah?
Yeah. And bishop b4 is
I'm
weak
not sure.
because of a5. They might need to play
Yes.
bishop b2 or king
A very
d2.
important
Oh,
point.
even king d2 is not possible.
Yeah. Rook d3 feels
It's
very, very passive. Bishop can jump to b5.
Yeah.
So I think playing a move like bishop b2 requires you to admit that, yes, I know I went wrong, and swallow a pill and just say, okay, I will play defensive chess from now on. But still, this looks so promising for black. Like, let's say I just put the rook on c4.
Yeah.
Play now. I mean, taking on d5, bishop c6, rook, let's say, goes to d6. I take on f4, threatening this pawn. I mean, the rook seems so nice. I can have resources with rook e4 check. I'm actually currently hopeful that black might actually even win this game.
Yeah, me too. I like black's position.
If he finds the move rook c8.
Yeah.
Knight f3, knight e6,
I think he'll definitely play rook c8 because king b7.
king e3.
It
I
makes
think
sense
this is
to
such a
play
natural.
rook c8 after that.
Yeah, I think that's what he's intending to play for in this position already. So things looking amazingly well for Dakshin Arun, and Arit situation doesn't look so well, and he finds rook c8. He finds this amazing rook c8. Yeah, this looks very interesting to me. On that note, what do you think, Monica? Should we have a quick break
Yeah.
before resuming again?
Mhm.
Yeah, let's have a quick 5-minute break before we resume again. हेलो भाई एक्चुअली इंजन चालू कर रहा हूँ ना तो बहुत ज्यादा लैग है अच्छा सॉरी सॉरी Yeah, you can just blabber as much as you want. It doesn't matter. Anything you can talk about.
Hello guys, welcome back to the stream. So we'll look at the Arid couples game. So after Rook G1, we saw before of playing Rook D G7, but here Oshini played Rook takes G1. She's interesting. Oh, that's nice. She moved knight back to D6 to get knight to E4. Rook G7.
I think looking at this position, I would be terrified to play this as white. What's your opinion?
Yeah, like, but okay. I would be confident to play somehow, like, to bluff black because I have 1 hour, 5 minutes, and my opponent just have 16 minutes in the clock. So I would rather play something very quick. I would play anything as long as it's not a blunder, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, if your opponent offers you a draw in such a situation, what will you do? Will you accept the
reject.
draw? Will you bluff more?
I would reject definitely.
You'll
I
definitely.
mean, if they are offering a draw, that definitely shows us that they are not confident. So that gives me more confidence to play something and bluff more.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. Let's say if you have two variations you can choose from, one which leads to a draw and one which is clearly worse for you, but it keeps the game going on. Now what will you do?
That's a tricky question, but I think I would still choose the risky variation. For me, time talks a lot, like speaks a lot, because I've always been a player who goes to time trouble, and I know the pressure you would feel when your time is low and when you go to a risky positions, especially when your time is low. So I would rather go to that positions. And recently in a tournament, I've tried bluffing a lot. I started playing fast and, tried bluffing, but it did not work on my way. Like
Hmm.
mostly it ended up being blunders. But maybe I need to focus more on calculation and maybe that's my style. But if I'm white, I would definitely bluff and play a risky variation. Because here, even though engine says it's clearly better for black, but on the board, I don't know if I would feel that confident about this position.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
do
I
you
mean,
think? If you're
absolutely.
black, what would be your mindset?
I, I think if I'm black here, I would try to play for some trying to nullify the game as soon as possible, trying to liquidate the game. I mean, I'm not trying to win here as such. I'm trying not to let my opponent win.
Yeah, that's true. So after knight e4, let's say if they go knight e4, yeah, king g2 definitely doesn't look like a normal move.
I mean, definitely not. Like
Yeah.
here, I would somehow try to push my pawns on the queen's side, but I don't know how that would be possible.
Mhm. So what would you play if you're white? I would maybe play king e2 maybe. Not sure. It's so confusing in this position.
Yeah, it's actually very confusing. Yeah, I'm not sure what I will do in this position actually.
Yeah, white doesn't have a clear idea to play here. But let's look at the other game, Dakshinaru.
Yeah, I am not really sure what's happening actually. Okay,
Oh,
here
he did
I
go rook c8 and bishop b2, rook c4. Now he have an idea to get rook e4 check very soon, and also the f4 pawn is in attack. Uh, White might take h takes g6, f takes g6, and for rook d5 we have bishop c6, and white's f4 pawn is falling soon. And would you be comfortable playing as white here?
mean actually absolutely not. Doesn't matter like what the objective evaluation is. I don't enjoy getting my king under attack. I mean, I think nobody enjoys that,
Yeah.
but this doesn't really feel like a position I would be happy to get into.
Yeah, the g2 pawn is also really weak after knight takes f4. They should pay attention to the g2 pawn and the e5 pawn. Even though it's a passed pawn, it also have a chance of becoming weak since it's an isolated pawn.
Yeah. Also, when I'm looking at this position, I mean, yes, white has active rooks, but just look at the bishop on b2. Just looks like such a dreadful piece.
So, okay. Oh, according to ancient, white needs to play knight d4 and give up the g2 pawn.
I mean, good luck on finding that one. Like, I mean, I think, yeah, I think rook d6 is practically forced.
Oh, he did not take rook takes d5. He did go g3.
I think a
Which
much
may
more human decision, don't you think?
Yeah. And now for black, black needs to find another new idea again. I was thinking of rook e4 check, but then king f2. nothing is really happening. But I would definitely not consider g takes h5 because that would make my h7 pawn very weak. And it also opens up this h1 rook.
Yeah, okay. So let's say gh5. I take back rook h5. What's your idea?
I would somehow try to defend this pawn. Maybe play h6 and rook g8 or something. But my d5 pawn is in attack immediately, so maybe I need to go something like bishop c6. But no. Oh yeah, that's not an ideal choice because of
F5.
f5.
Actually, let's think retrospectively. Instead of bishop c6, can I play a move like knight g7, hitting the rook and also preventing f5?
Okay, that's a nice idea. We also have an idea of knight f5 check maybe soon. So let's say they go rook h2. Then maybe now bishop c6 or e6, right?
I think a move like bishop e6 makes more sense to me from a practical perspective because I also have a more rigid control over the f5 square.
Yeah, this is a very complex situation for Black, but definitely he must be feeling a bit relieved because he got something out of that elephant and that position particularly.
Absolutely. But I'm not sure how easy of a move as gh5 actually is. I think for
Yeah.
someone like me, I would like probably play bishop c6 in an instant. Or
Yeah.
maybe rook e4 check also makes a lot of sense.
Mhm. Okay, let's look at the other game. Ashpreet Singh. We stopped before we saw till rook a4, right? So rook a4, white went knight e2 to trade the knights because the f4 knight is definitely stronger there. So knight e2 takes. I really wonder like how it's really that good for Black, but maybe because of the weak a3 and c3 pawns.
I think also, and apart from that, I think Black's king is in a way safer than White's king because, like it's very hard for White to get pieces close to the king, like queen side where the king is. On the other hand, I mean, Black can imagine, let's say, play rook takes a3, and the rooks get traded off. The queen can somehow create threats around the king.
Yeah, it's true. But usually, whenever I castle on the long side and pieces are getting traded, I would be really worried of the pawns on my king's side because we don't have a king to support the pawns, right?
Very logical. So let's say a move like rook e8 springs to my mind. What happens in case of rook e8?
I think it's a good move. Rook takes, king b7, queen e4 check. Oh, king a6. I would run away with my king. And
Yeah.
if you go queen e2 check, maybe b5. And now the a3 and c3 pawn. They're
Wow.
really in
That's
danger.
actually very, very beautiful. I mean, it's such a creative way of playing. Like the rook on a4, like such a wonderful piece. Like it's not
Yeah.
only attacking the pawn on a3, but also like preventing white from creating any sort of attack against the king.
Yeah, and the f7 pawn is really well defended. But what would you do after queen h5?
Okay, I think the most human logical move is to tuck back the queen to e6 and play a move like queen e6.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how good or bad the move rook a takes a3 is, but that's something I would definitely not play because it would complicate the position too much.
So, yeah, you will be losing the g5 pawn as well.
Yeah. I think if I'm very brave, I might consider queen takes c3, queen takes h6, and probably even a move like king a5, which seems very weird at the first glance. But my plan is simple. You know what? I'm hoping that the rooks will get traded off soon, and then my king will be active and help the pass pawns on the queen side push.
Yeah. Yeah, this is way more creative. It's the king on a5, it's really beautiful. It's not going to get checks. It's really very safe and also active.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very funny situation that, Black broke all the rules of chess. Do not like get your king off when their queen's on the board. Yet
Yeah,
the placement of his pieces are so beautifully coordinated that the king on a5 is so safe.
true. Let's go back to the game. So he definitely did not play rook e8. But I think it's logical to play rook e8 if you're white, because that feels like the only option to play from white to save the game. Or he must be losing the pawn on a3.
Yeah, and also like when I'm in a situation with like white, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna lose either the c3 pawn or the a3 pawn. Might as well just like give both of them and just try to create some kind of chaotic counterplay.
Yeah.
Actually, I would seriously consider rook e8 check, rook takes e8, queen takes e8, and how about a move like d5? Somehow trying to create some counterplay.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting option. Yeah, but we have queen c3.
And I think the important point is not only do I lose one pawn, I lose both the pawns. In case of
Yeah,
queen a4, queen a1 check, king goes to h2, and black has this nice little trick with queen
queen
e5,
e5 check. Yeah,
gobbling up the pawn on d5.
true. And there are no checks to give as well.
Yeah, there are
King
no
on
checks as well.
e7 is really safe.
I mean, I don't like White's position at all, even though he's my friend. And I think his position looks very, very painful to look at. Why don't
Yeah.
we quickly switch to the game in the GM section?
Oh, sure. Just give me a second.
Again, till then, I would like to remind the viewers that today India got its 97th GM. Harshvardhan GB made a draw in the final round against Nikitanko Mihail, claiming his final GM Norman, also crossing 2,500 in the process, making him the 97th Grandmaster.
Oh, Acharya and Dudipala game. Oh, I think there is some mistake, right? This was not Dudipala's game.
Yeah, I mean, wait, yeah, I think, were we looking at the wrong game to begin with?
I guess. Because
Were we
now
look-
it's like in variation. I don't know what happened, but
I think the games between Ajay uh, and Dulipala got switched with Harsh and Krasenkov.
yeah.
I'm not sure which of them played which game. I think maybe
But Krasenko game is still going on, or no, it also ended in a draw.
but no way the position was exactly the same in both the games.
Yeah. I think some glitch in the broadcast.
Probably some glitch in the broadcast.
But Federer game. Let's look at the Federer's game. We saw till g4 before, I guess. And then bishop d2, h5. Oh yeah, we saw till here, queen f7, or rook b3. Do you think the idea of rook b3 is to play b6 and somehow get that? Or bishop c7 is also very interesting, like bishop c7, b6, b7.
I think White's plan is very simple. He just wants to push his queenside pawns and
Yeah.
just like roll the a pawn to the queen.
Mhm.
Again, like look at the bishop on g7, like such a dreadful piece. Like absolutely no hope.
And
That's-
white did take bishop takes c7 here.
Wow. Wow. That's the best move and also like a brave one, I must say. I mean,
Yeah.
not really an easy move to make.
And he just took 3 minutes. He's
Wow.
really confident on his position. If they
Wow.
take, we have b6, queen f7, let's say b7, rook a b8, and now white plays a silent move with rook f b1, and now a7 is really forcing, and black have no way to stop that.
Yeah, I think generally in chess, the hardest move to make is a silent move. You sacrifice a
Yeah.
piece, and then you always want to like boom, 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 like always play the most forcing chess continuation possible. But then oftentimes the best move is a move which strengthens your position and regenerates all the threats you have.
Yeah.
So this looks very promising for white. Um, 3 games have already ended in a draw. I think maybe 4 games have already ended in a draw.
14, yeah.
1 game is going on. I think the IM section is looking much more exciting where 2 players are playing for their IM now.
So should we go back to the IM section?
I think that would make a lot of sense switching back to the IM group.
Yeah. Oh, he did go rook e8. So he went rook e8, and similarly, like the variation we saw, takes, queen e4, and then king a6.
I think I'm not sure. I think the move has not been made in the game yet.
I just reloaded it. Okay, let me reload again. Yeah, they did play queen e4, rook e8.
Wow. That's so brave from black to keep the king on
Yeah.
a6.
I think the fact is that he saw everything before playing queen b3 itself. He saw, I think, king a6 and all the ideas, and queen e2 b5 as well.
Wow.
And for queen e2, do you think queen b5 also works, or b5 is the safest way?
I think the problem with a move like queen b5 is that I will just, let's say, move my queen to f3, hitting the pawn on f7.
Yeah.
And I think the best for you is to probably just go back to queen b3. I mean, yes, you can probably go queen c4,
Yeah.
but then I think b3 is much better placed because you're not only hitting the pawn on a3, but also hitting the pawn on c3.
Yeah, I'm sure black would definitely play b5 if white goes queen e2 check.
Yeah,
But let's look at the other games as well. Let's look at Pranav and Madesh game. Okay, till where we saw before? Do you have any idea?
I think this game hasn't gotten enough attention
Yeah,
by us.
let's go. Oh yeah, we saw it till, I think, till the end of the opening phase.
Yeah.
Okay, so d takes e5, rook e8. What's happening if black takes the pawn on e5? Oh, I think they have bishop c6.
I think definitely one of the possibilities I would consider. Or maybe even like strengthening my position with rook c1 or bishop c3 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Like, let's say I play
I like
bishop
the bishop
c3.
c3 move.
Yeah, I'm threatening to take on e5. If you
Yeah.
take back, I take on h7. Maybe I think it's useful to show this to the viewers. Black plays, let's say, a move like, I don't know, maybe hard to even suggest a move for black, yeah.
Yeah, I
Let's say black
can see moves
plays,
like queen g5 or something.
yeah, queen g5 makes a lot of sense. I think a
But
lot of
even that's
bishop e5. If you take with the queen, bishop
oh, we
h7,
have f4. That's a nice
and now
threat.
you have f4. Yeah, such a sweet tactical motive.
Yeah.
I think it's a very famous saying that tactics generally flow from position which is strategically better. Yeah, I mean you
Oh, yeah.
hardly have tactical opportunities when your position is just completely worse and very passive. So I think I always joked with my friends that I would probably find all of Tal's sacrifices, but I would hardly reach them.
Yeah.
People think Tal was like a beautiful attacking aggressive player, but apart from that, like he also knew how to place his pieces properly.
Yeah. Okay, but black did not take it. You must have seen this idea. So knight c5, queen f3. Okay. If they take knight e4, white would take back with the queen. Maybe.
I think
This
taking
would
back,
most likely end up in a draw because of the opposite color bishops again.
yeah, makes a lot of sense. You know, Monica, I'm getting very excited between the game of Arith Kapil and Gunawardana because Gunawardana only has 6 minutes on the clock right now.
Let's get back to that game then. Yeah, the position is changing slowly. White is also getting chance to do something in the
Wait,
position.
what's happening right now? White's king from F1 switched to H2 square.
I know, right? Let's
I mean,
look
how did that
how
happen?
it changed. We saw till queen g6, knight e4, and then wow, Adi did play king g2. We saw king g2 and we thought, okay, that's his artificial move. Like
I mean,
someone
that's
cannot play this move.
fantastic find. That's a
Yeah,
fantastic find. Also realizing, I think not only you're safeguarding the king, but also you're protecting the pawn on h3 in a way helping your knight on g1 to activate.
yeah,
Like the king was anyways weak, the king on h2 will be much more safer, and also the g1 knight will be free and can move around.
yeah. It's nice to see both the players who have the chance to get the nom, even though they started with a bad position, but now they've finally got back and have a chance to win.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting to see. I think the fighting spirit amongst these players is so high and so nice that they don't really care if the position is, I mean, if like objectively it might be a worse position for them. They're not bothered about that. What they're bothered about is like how well they can defend, how many chances they can squeeze in. And especially the time management by White, by Arith Kapil, has been so impressive in this game.
Yeah,
He's been playing pragmatic moves extremely fast.
true. Okay, so he's thinking I would definitely play knight f3 if I'm white here. What would you play if you're white?
Yes, a move like knight f3 definitely springs into my mind.
But what is happening if white takes on h4?
A very good question. I think the problem with taking the pawn on h4 is that the queen on h7 was tying up the queen on d6 by putting constant pressure on the c7 pawn. Now, once you have taken the pawn on h4, I would first of all genuinely consider a move like queen b4, not only threatening the pawn on b2, but also threatening to jump in with queen d2. This
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense for me. Apart from that, I think rook c2 is practically forced now. Apart from that, it might also be kind of clever to switch my eyesight on the e3 pawn. You know, every move in chess has a drawback. So the move queen h4 has a drawback that it gave away the e7 square. So maybe a move like queen e7, followed by rerouting the knight into the d6 square, hitting the pawn e3, makes a lot of sense for playing with black. I'm not sure how obvious it is to play the move, especially when you're in time trouble. But I think it would be a very smart move trying to reroute the knight from the e4 square to, let's say, d6 f5 or d6 c4, hitting the pawn on e3.
Yeah. So from white side, maybe that h4 pawn is however weak and he could take it even in future. So maybe it's a good idea to get knight f3 and keep the queen on h7 so that the pressure on c7 stays on. So
True.
for knight f3, maybe black. What happens if black plays something like rook e7? Then
Also, I think it's interesting to note that the pawn on h4 is not running away anywhere.
yeah.
Maybe this move, maybe the other move, this pawn will fall. And apart from that, from a practical perspective, losing a pawn, yes, we're sitting at home at a comfortable chairs and thinking about the position, realizing all the factors properly. But when you're playing a game, under time pressure and you had a brilliant position before, and now you're losing a pawn, you still have enough compensation. But you're down a pawn, you're in time pressure. This
Oh,
feels like things are turning its tide. this feels like the moment where white can actually seize the initiative.
Yeah, true. Yeah, for us, it's easier to say that, okay, black have a good position, but when someone is actually playing that position, it's really tough to find moves, that too with less time. And now, yeah, she played c6. Oh, knight f3 did happen in the game, and black played c6.
I think a very logical move, yeah. Like you basically want to get rid of all the pressure along the c7 point.
Yeah.
Now, though, my mind is hovering around ideas of getting the c1 rook into the game by rook g1, rook g7, somehow trying to create an attack.
Mhm.
Is
But
that
I would, if I am white, I would definitely take knight takes h4 because now it is more better. My knight is on h4 and I have ideas like knight f5 or knight g6 and I am
Okay.
up a pawn, I'm up in time. And then maybe next I can get rook g1 and rook g7. I would be really confident if I'm in Arit's place now.
Okay, let's say black goes desperate and tries to attack you on the queen side with queen b4. How do you continue there? Maybe rook c2, I assume.
Yeah, rook c2 looks like a logical
And
move.
then what if I jump in with the queen to e1,
Mhm.
threatening to give some sort of perpetual
I guess knight f5 is the only
at
way.
f5? Yes, looks very interesting. Um,
And now it's hard for black to find some ideas.
yes. I mean, in a way, the knight on e4 is stuck because of the knight on f5. They both are compensating each other. And also, you're threatening to go rook g2, rook g7, yeah, in a way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually trying to find some move for black, but I just couldn't find one.
Actually, let's say if I go berserk and I play a move like knight d2, would that work? Or that's simply blundering
Knight
too much?
d6 is there, I
Yeah, I thought
guess.
knight d2, knight d6 check. I just go king d8. You take on b7. I go king c8. If you take rook c6 check, I go back king b8.
Wow.
And like I have no check, and suddenly your king looks very weak. And let's say if you give me a check back with knight d6, I go king d8 back. I don't know how practical this is to find in a tournament game.
This is a crazy variation. I'm just still trying to process like what is happening? Why, how come black is winning in this position?
Yeah, and surprisingly, after queen c7, my king sits so beautifully and comfortably on the a8 square, yeah? And
Yeah.
now what is happening is your attack has come to a standstill, and my attack is like flourishing. The queen and the knight has been like is like a deadly combination. Queen f2 check, knight f3 check, knight f1 check. All the moves spring to my mind.
Yeah. It's just forcing checkmate, I guess. Oh yeah. And we have queen g1.
And king takes f3, rook takes e3, checkmate.
A
That would be a
beautiful.
nice way to end the game.
But do you think black would be able to even consider this variation with such a
I
lead
think
time?
it's very hard. I think it's very hard, especially
Yeah.
being in time pressure. I mean, if she's able to find knight d2,
Maybe she
yeah,
might think still here, but then if I am black, I would think knight d2 and c knight d6, and I would just leave the variation there.
I think the game has there are some moves in the game already being played.
Okay, let's go back.
Probably better to.
Oh, she
So
did
rook
go
g1
queen
was
b4.
played, queen b4, rook g2.
And yeah, she's thinking.
Yeah, I mean,
Arif is like, no, I'm not gonna think. I would play some or the other move, but as long as it's correct or it's safe.
I think also a move like rook g1, rook g2 is so much practical because
Mhm.
you're giving your opponent a lot of options to make. I mean, oftentimes when you're under time pressure, I think it makes a lot of sense sometimes not to play the best move, but to give your opponent a lot of choices. Like they can have six choices, and out of that, three will be good, three will be bad. It's tough to like conclude which one is good, which one is bad. Okay, the knight jumps to g3, quite a logical move. I mean, knight f1 is definitely a
And
big threat.
now, actually, queen f7, it's tough to see, I guess. You're giving up the e3 pawn. What is happening after queen f7? Rook takes e3. Knight takes h4. Oh, yeah. Now it's the right time to take the h4 pawn because the knight on g3 is weak and they cannot move the knight to e4 because of rook g8. And if they go knight f1, king g1, rook e7.
No, this is definitely far from obvious.
Yeah,
Just having your knight on pre for like multiple moves, the queen being pinned, I mean, like this is some fantastic chess, yeah. Like let's say knight f5. I mean, how do you even hold this one?
right. I think knight e3 is like the
Uh,
only move here, which is tough to see.
I think this can never happen. Like black is never finding this, especially in time trouble. And if
Yeah,
black finds this, okay, I mean, I'd be so impressed.
she played. Okay, white still did not play any move, but what is happening if they take knight h4 now? Then we have knight f1, king g1.
And then we take on
Now
e.
knight takes e3. It's better for black.
Yeah, I mean, I take the
Yeah, so it's
pawn.
important for Arith to play queen f7 here instead of taking the h4 pawn.
Yeah, absolutely making a lot of sense.
Okay.
Yeah, quite a logical way to look at this. I mean, on the other hand, I think after rook g2, is it so obvious to go knight g3? I mean, the knight on e4 looks so beautifully placed. I'm not sure if I would
But
actually play knight.
Arith played knight d2 so quick.
Wow, wow,
He's
wow.
bluffing way too much now.
The Indians don't like it at all for white.
Yeah.
Apparently, rook takes e3,
Yeah, now it's
h8 check.
yeah. I wonder what he was thinking after rook e3.
No, I'm sure what he's thinking. I know what this kid is thinking. He doesn't care, yeah. He just wants to complicate the position as much as possible. Like the confidence you must have to give up the pawn on e3 and let Black King escape, like to the queen side. I think it reminds me of this game we were looking at before between De Silva LMST and Arshpreet Singh, where the Black King was actually very safe on the b6 or a6 square. Let's say, for example, white gives check queen h8, king c7,
Seven.
queen takes f6 happens. Or maybe let's say queen g7 check, just for hypothetical illustrative purposes. It makes a lot of sense. Black can even go king b6, you know?
Yeah.
And I mean, the king is out of the
But he
danger
is
zone.
totally safe.
Yeah. It's so funny to see. White's pieces were transferred all from the queen side to the king side, and black swiftly managed to transfer the king to the queen side. This is some amazing high level chess.
Yeah. For some reason, this queen d2 move kept on coming to my mind. I know it's bad, but it's my tactical brain that just wants to give up the queen and play, which doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah. I mean, in this position, I think this looks very, very tricky for um a white, especially because I mean, even if I play a move like knight e4, let's say it's not objectively the best move, but I play let's say knight e4. Am I risking anything here? I don't really think so, yeah. I mean, knight e4, we change the rooks. The d4 pawn is soft, the f4 pawn is soft, the b2 pawn is soft. My king is much safer than yours. So I think knight e2 is a big, big, big mistake.
But I think Gunawardena, she must have also felt shocked. Like, what is really happening if I just take the pawn? It doesn't look like there is something for white.
Yeah, yeah,
Or she might be overthinking, like, okay, white might actually have some big idea in his mind.
absolutely
Let's
true.
see if she made any move. Oh, she didn't take.
She didn't take. Wow, wow, the bluff paid off.
Yeah.
The bluff paid. But also on the other hand, queen e7 is such a pragmatic move. If we
Mhm.
trade queens, the e3 pawn is very soft and it will fall.
Yeah,
That's
I think there is no way for white to defend that pawn if he
yeah.
takes. Oh, he took the h4 pawn.
And black blitzed out knight f5. Wow, that's very interesting. So now not only the e3 pawn is attacked, but also the queen on h4 is attacked, forcing white to play queen g4, pinning the knight. I
Mhm.
think here I would play queen d7 in an instant,
Yeah.
like unpinning my knight, putting pressure on the e3 pawn. Actually, very interesting. Very curious. What happens in case we get this endgame? Let's say knight f1, black
Mhm.
takes on e3, white takes back on e3, black takes rook e3. I mean, can we take d7? Let's say I think it makes a lot of sense. King
Not
d7.
sure. If I am white, I would trade the queens and go to this endgame because the probability of winning might decrease, right?
True, true. I think also very important is that after rook g7 check, maybe rook e7 is also fine, but a
Yeah.
move like king e6 also activating the king makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
Like I just give up the pawn, but I just activate my king very, very, very fast. Yeah. So yes. So I think oh, but Arith also blitzes out. He plays queen h5 instantly.
Okay. This
Wow.
kid, he just likes bluffing. But
Yeah.
okay, he's playing decent moves. It's not like he's making some big, huge mistakes that could get like clear minus to him. It's not like that. He's making decent moves, decent bluffs.
Yeah, very interesting, I must say. I mean, like, do you think I think probably it is a combination of a lot of confidence and a little bit of impatience as well. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, I think he's such a young kid that it's not easy to develop skills like patience and
Mm.
let's say just calmness and composure, especially when you're playing. I mean, you see your opponent has 2 minutes and you're 10 years old, you're jittery. You feel like, you know what, I'll just make a move, which is complicated. I think maybe my opponent flags, maybe my opponent blunders. Like, why not?
You know, actually, it's nice that you mentioned whenever I play against young kids and whenever I go to time trouble, they get so tensed or, so overwhelmed and excited and they end up making mistakes. I've
Yeah,
observed that pattern a lot, and sometimes I purposely, like, I go to time trouble so that they would feel overwhelmed and make some mistakes.
that's actually such a clever strategy. I've not thought about that exactly.
Yeah.
Also, I think it's maybe very interesting to know that Arith is a well-known blitz player. Yeah, I mean, whenever I go online on chess.com, I will see, I think his username on chess.com is Unstoppable Arith, which makes a lot of sense.
Oh, wow.
And like he plays a lot of blitz, a lot of 3+0, a lot of bullet. I mean, I think when you play a lot of blitz and bullet, what starts happening is you start getting very impulsive.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
not
true.
I'm not claiming it's a bad thing to do. I mean, you definitely get a lot of experience, a lot of practice. On the other hand, this is a drawback. So it's a double-edged sword.
Now, if you're white, would you actually play queen f7 and offer the queen trade in this
I
position
think
as
Arith
that
will
a
never do that.
must-win situation?
I think Arith will never do that, even though that's the best move to make.
Yeah.
I think Arith will not do that. I think somehow Arith will make a move like knight f3, like,
But that allows knight f1.
yeah, that
I'm
allows knight
thinking
f1
something
check.
like
Yeah, that's
queen
that's very
h7.
true. I mean, I think Arith will definitely seriously consider a move like queen h7.
Yeah.
Trying to go rook c7 check, maybe something. But black has this cold-blooded move knight f5,
Knight
rook
f5.
f7 check, and king d8. Like, wow. Like, actually, wow.
We have been talking about Arit, but kudos to Gunavatana because she's just not giving up. Even with low time, she's trying her best to get something out of that position. Even though the position evaluation has been fluctuating, it was never like minus to her. It was either like slightly better or completely better to her.
Yeah, yeah. I think very stable performance. Also, we have known that she started off the tournament not so well, had 0 point out of 3 games, and then won against Alexander of Alex Sedge, which shows like such great mental character and fortitude.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, yeah. I mean, talking about Arith, I think it would make a lot of sense to tell our viewers about the amazing feat that my friend Nihal Sain and one of the strongest players in India achieved. He won against the bullet monster Nihal Sarin with a score of 15-0. Like, imagine, like, it's like, I don't know how to even comprehend that, yeah? It's like Real Madrid playing against Barcelona and scoring like 10 goals while Barcelona is like just not doing anything. I mean, it's such an achievable, like amazing feat to imagine, yeah?
Yeah. It's
Like
amazing.
15-0 against a bullet monster like Firuja is like wow, like literally wow.
Yeah, Nihal, I feel like sometimes Nihal didn't exactly get the fame that he needs, or I think he's underrated sometimes, I would say.
Yeah. I think both the good thing and the bad thing about Indian chess, that there are so many talented youngsters and there are
Yeah.
so many talented upcoming stars. I mean, we know, like, let's say five of them, let's say Nihal, Arjun, Gukesh, Prag, and many other people. But what about the people who are just building up, who are the next generation? I mean, like, we are already closing in on the 100 GM. Like, we already have 97 today. So 100, very, very close. I mean, the problem and also the good thing is that when there are so many people, it's hard to, cover everyone equally well.
Yeah. I've recently seen like Pranav V, he also got selected to the Freestyle World Championship.
Yeah, Pranav V, Pranesh M, Arvind, I don't know, like so many youngsters. Actually, I don't even know. I think the Olympiad team for India has been decided, if I'm not wrong. I think
Not sure.
I'm not sure, but I think, funnily enough, I think the fifth player is I don't even know who the fifth player right now is. I think the first four is confirmed, but the fifth one, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think the funny thing is that even India's B team is as strong as India's A team.
Yeah, I was about to say that if we have this opportunity to have the second team, then it would be equally strong as the A team.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's happening, the Olympiad, is it happening in Hungary or where?
No, I think this time it's happening in Samarkand, Uzbekistan in September.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm genuinely, like, like, being a fan of Rishi, I always hope that Rishi might someday return back to the Olympiad team. But I think probably doesn't want to play, or maybe wants to give chance to youngsters, which makes a lot of sense. But imagine Rishi also being in Olympiad team and India wins like gold again. That'd be fantastic.
Oh. Okay, so what happened in the game?
So Rook
He still
G7
did
Queen
not play. I
E6.
think he's finally thinking whether he should really trade the queens or go for something crazy.
I think this is actually a very bad sign, because when Arif is thinking means he's seeing things that make you feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's look at the Dakshin Arun's game. What is really happening there? Okay, how did that position end up here? Okay, so we saw till G3, Rook E4, King F2, and then
Yeah, very
Bishop
logical moves.
E5.
Improving the position.
Yeah.
Rook
And if
E1.
white takes Rook D5, we have Rook E2 check.
Yeah.
And black gets the B2 bishop. So Rook E1. Okay, what do you think of H6 move?
I think the move H6 is basically based on a long-term concept that you want to fix the pawn on H7. And in a way, you're hoping that maybe one day I can force the knight on E6 to move away and plant my knight on G5, hitting the pawn on H7. I think H6 in a move, like, White's position is so sad that he's hoping that he creates some kind of counterplay in the long run. Like, imagine if you take H G6, I take H G6 back. I mean, you just suffer for no reason. I think a move like H6 is a very strong practical defensive resource.
Yeah. He's trying to put some pressure on Arun, but Arun is pretty solid. And he's playing very quick.
Yeah.
There is 2 minutes of time difference, but anything could happen in this game.
Let's quickly look at the game from the Grandmaster section, where Fedorov was playing against Antoine Bornel. I think, has the result come there, if I'm not wrong? Oh,
They're still playing.
okay, sorry.
So what happened after bishop c7? Okay, he
took
took the bishop,
B6.
b6, queen b8, g3. Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
That's actually a very unique decision. Yeah. I would think twice before making a move like that.
Yeah. So for knight f3, we have king g2.
Actually what? I'm not as confident in this position as I was before. I mean, I know it's completely winning. I know the past pawns are extremely dominating, but let's say hypothetically imagine like white takes back with a king, or like bishop doesn't matter. I go knight g5.
Yeah.
I go knight f3. I go knight d4. I start creating all sorts of counterplay. I mean, this can go wrong for white. I mean, I'm not hoping that it goes wrong, but I think there's a potential that it might go. Let's say gh4 is played. Black throws knight f3. I mean, yes, if you push
I'm
b,
just wondering, like for b7, the computer is saying to play king h7, but why not rook a7?
I think king h7 nobody's ever going to play. I think a move like rook a7 is definitely going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I am not very, very, very comfortable anymore. Yes, actually, if you think about it from a long-term perspective, actually, white is a queen up because
Yeah, this
both the
queen
rook
is just stuck on
exactly
b8.
queen on b8 can't move. So maybe it's a very, very actually now when I think about it, the move g3 is a very clever idea because what white is trying to do is he's trying to exchange the rook and get the pawn on b7 when both the pieces can't move at all.
Yeah, and not just that, I just also want to add that now that the g4 pawn is just fixed and it has become a weakness.
Absolutely. So like you can probably
You can
swing the
just go
queen
queen
over.
e2 and try to focus on the g4 pawn now and for
Yeah,
knight
I
f3.
think now I saw a very cool variation. Let's say white plays queen b5, black goes knight d4. Okay, I don't know. I think queen d7 wins on the spot, but
Yeah.
my artistic mind was thinking of a move like queen c6. I don't know how good that, how bad that is. I mean, just knight c6. But
But it's crazy that it's still not minus for black, like white.
I mean, the point is I'm going to go c7 next, get the queen back. Of course, I mean, no human in the right state of mind would ever play this move. But
Yeah,
I mean, this just variation illustrates how good of a pawn chain white has on the queen side.
true. Yeah, white have so good position that even if he gives up the queen, it's still good for white.
Yeah,
But okay, queen d7 is just easy.
yeah, queen d7 is just that's all she wrote, and black has to probably resign on the spot with queen c8 coming in. I mean, nothing looks good for black. Oh, I think I'm very curious if Arith couple made a move or not.
Let's see if he made a move. Oh, he did not play queen f7. I knew it.
Yeah, no, he played
He
queen
did
f7
go queen
and
h7
knight
and
f5.
Gunawardhana found knight f5, which is
And
amazing.
Gunawardhana is completely winning, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, she is.
I mean, she's completely winning, yeah. Because if rook g2, there is knight takes d4. I gobble the central pawn. I mean, the king on h2 looks extremely weak. The f4 pawn looks weak. I have two
Yeah.
central pass pawns. Wow, that's actually a brilliant find by Gunawardhana. Knight f5 is such a
Yeah, Arith definitely underestimated Gunawardhana and she found all the perfect moves even despite of
you
being
know,
in time trouble.
I have a feeling when Arith played queen h7, he saw the move knight f5,
Yeah,
but he thought, you know what, I don't care.
yeah.
If she finds it
She's
good,
in time trouble, she might not find
yeah, she might
some.
not find. And if she finds it, okay, cool, yeah, we will do it again. We'll do the swindling business again.
Yeah. And rook c7 doesn't work here because of king d8. And now there are white ran out of checks and black is totally winning because of queen e2 check. So white definitely needs to go rook g2 and then knight takes d4. Black is totally winning.
Yeah. I mean, this reminds me of Dingleren's recent quote, which he was saying that he lost his motivation to play fighting chess and now it's coming back again.
Mhm.
I think it just shows that chess is such a brutal game that often the top players also have so many psychological problems, and it just makes a lot of sense to forget all of that and just go back.
Yeah, after some point, chess becomes like an addiction. Yeah, even though you want to live, you can't really live it.
Yeah, yeah, that's actually it's a fair point to make.
Yeah. So, okay, it's nice. But okay, the game is still not over.
Yeah, the game
Let's
is
look
far
at
from
the
over.
Arun's game. Did he make any move after that?
Wait, I think if I'm not wrong, if Dakshin Arun wins this game, he gets his IM title.
I'm title. Oh, that's
Because
amazing.
I think he was definitely more than 2400 in the past. And I think he definitely had 2 IM norms.
Oh,
Actually, I will look it up, yeah.
this is definitely a crucial game for him.
Imagine winning this game.
He
Okay,
would get such a confidence that he can win any game after this because playing against Alpine, getting that position out of the opening and then winning, that would be just incredible.
uh-huh.
Okay, let's
Okay, I'm
go
not
to
I'm not sure. I think
Archery.
it's the first IM norm. Or I'm not sure. Maybe.
Okay. Oh, how did that game end up to here?
Actually, I think it's a sad thing that it ended up here, yeah. Because once the queens get off the board, like white's position looks so miserable with
Yeah.
zero counterplay.
But here we thought of V5, but Harshpreet actually played Rook C4, which is computer's top choice as well.
Actually, such a pragmatic move as well, yeah. I mean, like he just wants to play very, very rock solid positional chess.
Yeah.
I think
And he went back King B7. That's also interesting to note.
yeah,
Would you play if you're black, like playing Rook C4 and King B7 back again?
I don't think it's an easy move.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an easy move, like at all an easy move.
And Rook C6. All the time I was thinking, okay, they will keep the Rook on A4 and get the A3 pawn somehow, but now he transferred the Rook from A4 to C6. And I wonder why White traded the queens.
I mean, what else? I mean, his position is so passive. The pawn on A3 was falling. I think he just wants to
Yeah.
like, yeah. I mean, they say rook end games are drawish, but if White actually pulls off a draw here, I will be very, very amazed.
Yeah.
Like for example, like Queen F3, J3, B5 looks such a natural move, yeah.
Mm-hmm. With Rook B1, Rook
Oh,
C4.
I missed rook B1.
B5.
I was hoping you would play C5.
Yeah,
rook
but
B1.
even this is better for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure black have the chance to win. But let's look at the Alexandra and Madhavendra Pratap Sharma.
Yeah. Well, this I think we saw this
Oh,
was
it's over. Okay.
I think we have to
Raghav and Bhadesh. Yeah, we were giving the least attention to this game, but let's look at this game in detail now.
yeah.
Okay, so bishop d5, we saw till here, bishop queen g4, they kind of traded the queens. And despite of having double bishop advantage, it's not that clear for white here to get the advantage. Because the knight on e6 is really strong and the d5 bishop in the center is also very strong.
I think, yeah, definitely. But on the other hand, when I look at this position, I I think like the pawn on e5 is more of a hindrance than it's an achievement for white, yeah.
Yeah,
Like the pawn on e5 is kind of blocking the bishop on c3 and also the rook on e1. So I
true.
think a relatively balanced game. Let's see how it proceeded.
Yeah, once the rooks gets traded, that e5 pawn would become a serious trouble. And if white goes something like f4, black might also have a chance to play something like g5 break. But we'll
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, okay. Let's say bishop b7, f3, strengthening the pawn structure, knight f4, king f2, bishop a6, bishop e4, bishop d3. I mean, that's a classy move. That's a classy move.
Yeah.
G3.
G3, knight h3.
I think it's very likely that that white missed this idea with knight h3 check.
Yeah,
Because now the funny part is if you take back with the king, I jump in knight f2 check
knight
and it's a
h2,
fork.
yeah.
And let's say if you take rook d8 first, I take back rook d8, king e4. I still have knight f2 check. I have rook d3 check incoming. I mean, I have all the initiative in the world, yeah. And
Yeah,
taking
I
knight
think he
with the
missed the
f
knight
pawn,
out check.
I mean, I have a funny saying in chess that instead of making some moves, I would resign instead. I think fe4 is a move like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the pawn structure
Two
is
pawns,
absolutely,
like two set of double pawns. It's just crazy. That too, it's going to be in the end game very soon.
yeah. I think the archaeological department might have to look into this ruins, yeah. Yeah. Rook d5, knight e6, cementing the knight on e6 square, rook d1. I mean, this position is such a joy to play for black. I mean,
Yeah.
I would put the king on e7 somehow, probably try to change the rooks. Okay, I think it's also very interesting to point out that let's say king f8. If white takes rook takes d8, I think he could instead resign, yeah. Let's say rook d8, rook d8, rook takes d8, knight
Yeah,
takes d8.
that's just bad.
Yeah, this is like, I mean,
Only option for white is to keep the rooks on the board on the d file somehow and
yeah.
manage somehow that position.
I think it's very important general theme of chess that I would like to point out that when you have a bad pawn structure, try to keep more pieces on the board
Yeah.
because only when you have more pieces on the board, you can create enough counterplay or you can generate more tactical opportunities, which will help you compensate. So never ever make a move like rook takes d8.
Actually, I'm thinking from black side, like how would they even develop the rook's position? They can definitely not take rook takes d5, but if not rook takes d5, how would they continue? Do you think
Okay,
c6 is good here? But then they have rook to d6, which
I
is
think I would,
even more bad.
yeah, I think I would definitely first put the king on e7 without thinking.
Mhm.
Let's say king f8, you pass a
White
move.
just needs to wait.
Yeah, white waits. I put king e7, you wait
But
again.
king e7, we have bishop a3. We have to force this pawn to be in c5 and, decide that now the
Yeah,
d6
that's actually
square
a
is
good point.
also weak.
Okay, maybe I will play. I am not sure. Yeah, I'm actually not sure.
Yeah.
But
It's tough for black as well to find an idea.
white's position is not as bad as it looked before. Yeah,
Yeah.
like yes, the pawn structure is in shambles, but also on the other hand, the pawn on e4 is cementing the d5 rook so well that black doesn't really, and black never wants to take on d5. Imagine taking on d5, allowing e takes d5, and like this is such an
That's
amazing
such
turnaround for
so
white, yeah.
bad. White.
From the worst pawn structure possible to actually like a very decent one, and the one where you can
Oh,
actually create a
it
fast
ended
pawn.
in a draw. The players agreed the draw after rook
Wait,
d1.
actually, yes.
Yeah.
Wow. I think I sort of understand that, but I sort of don't understand that as well. Because I mean, why would you accept a draw? I mean, isn't your position like this completely risk-free here as black?
Yeah, right. But
Also, like after h6, what do you think about a move like king h7, king g6, king g5, king g4? I mean, isn't that possible?
yeah. Yeah, black should have tried.
Yeah, probably the last round and also like
Morning
the
round,
mental
we can never
morning
judge
round mental
people
success.
in the morning rounds.
I mean, you're playing chess continuously for 10, 11 days straight.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, 8 days for these people. You're playing
Mhm.
it non-stop continuously. And then, yeah, I mean,
Oh, Gunavardhana won that game. It's
oh,
over.
God.
Oh, she checkmated.
Oh, my God.
I wonder how did that
That
happen?
would be
Let's
such a
quickly
pain
take a look at
loss.
that game. Oh, he did go rook c7 check. After that, king d8. And there is nothing white can do. This is
Wow.
just an amazing game from black.
Wow. That would be painful.
He even played rook d7.
Yeah, this looks very painful. This looks very, very, very painful.
This is just a beautiful game from Gunavardhana.
That's such a painful loss. I can't even imagine what Arith is going through at this moment.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but part of growing up in chess and like maturing is learning from this game. I'm sure Arith will work a lot on this game, not only on this game, but his overall chess in general. And I hope that, yeah, he becomes a grandmaster as soon as possible.
Yeah. This game gives him a chance to take practical, like when to take practical decisions, when to be like
Yeah,
stick with patience.
yeah.
And let's look at Ashpreet game. Okay,
This
this is
endgame looks
again
awful.
reductive
This
pawns,
endgame
and
looks
this
so
is better
awful.
for black.
I mean, apart from looking awful, like imagine white plays king g2, okay? And hypothetically, I just let's say play king c6. Not even maybe king c6, yeah. I mean, you don't have a move. Your position is so bad. I play rook f4 next. If you play d5, I get the c5 square.
Easy.
If you play rook d1, I play b5. I mean, this looks like that's all like just completely lost.
So
This is again
there's
such
no
a beautiful,
counterattack chances for white.
yeah, it's such a beautiful example of pawn structure in chess. Like you always sometimes you don't need to have extra material, yeah. Sometimes long-term advantages like pawn structure, king safety, all these things like matter a lot.
Yeah.
So this looks extremely bad for white. On the other hand, let's see how Dakshin is doing.
Aronsky. We saw till rook e3. He went a5. He's making sure that he don't spend so much time in this position.
Actually,
And
knight d4 is something I am not a big fan of.
yeah,
I'll tell you my logic after knight d4. Let's say knight d4, rook d4. No, actually, I kind of understand what he wants to do. Rook d4, rook d4, cd4. I think his point is very clear. He wants to play rook c8. If white plays rook c3, he wants to go bishop c4 and start
yeah,
pushing the pawn. The only thing I don't like about this is that it helped white fix his pawn structure. I mean, imagine white getting some chance. Maneuver like king f3, g4, g5, king f6 doesn't seem so far off. It can actually be a genuine idea.
yeah. But in this opposite colored bishop, even though like usually we think opposite colored bishops are draw, here black actually have a chance to gain something out of this position because this bishop is like a bad bishop, a totally bad bishop. The only way to activate that bishop would be somehow to get a4 and then bishop a3. But in that case, he would lose the a4 pawn because it's going to be in the white square and very tough to defend that pawn. And but if not that, I don't know how to activate that position, like that
I
bishop
think,
exactly.
yeah, I think here as white, I am not even looking at to activate my bishop. What I'm looking at is to play king f3, to push g4, to push f5, to like somehow
Oh
push
yeah.
e6 as well, create a pass pawn in the center. That's why a move like bishop d7 seems so logical. Let's say you play bishop d7. Not only do you prevent e6, okay, you play rook c8. Actually, I'm not a big fan of this move. I'll tell you why. Let's say white plays rook c3 here.
Yeah.
Black plays bishop c4 because that's the only way to fight for an advantage.
For
I play
now.
g4.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe idea like king f3 can also make sense. But let's say I play g4. I play f5. I mean, I'm getting counterplay. Like we're talking about the pawn h6, king g4, king g5, king f6, king g7, king h7, king moves, push. I mean, I can win this.
Yeah.
I can see white winning this one.
True. It's tougher. Now suddenly it's becoming tough for black to make a progress after this G4 F5 idea. And I think black would be forced to trade the rooks later, to move the bishop and trade the rooks.
I mean, it just shows how complicated endgames in general are. I
Yeah.
mean, it looks so simple, like wow, like there's just few pieces on the board. What could go wrong? What's happening? But when you have a deeper look at the position, you understand, you know what? Like, yes, there are only few pieces, but all of the few pieces play on the maximum potential. So
Yeah.
when pieces are playing on maximum potential, like there are a lot of ideas, so you cannot relax down, and yeah, it's not easy. What do you think? After rook c8, will white play rook c3? I am almost 100% sure he will play rook c3.
I'm pretty sure he would play rook C3 as well.
Or do you think white will play something like bishop c3 and start playing for a win instead?
No, I think he would either go rook C3 or play king F3, but then it allows rook C2, so that's just bad. So rook C3 makes sense.
So just for curiosity, let's say white plays bishop c3. What do you play now?
After bishop C3, I think I would go bishop D7.
Okay, white plays king f3, trying to get in g4.
Then king A6, G4.
Yeah, king b5. Also, no, I think your point is like very logical and right. Yeah. that if black gets enough time, his king can slowly start maneuvering around, like goes to the a4 square, starts putting pressure on the a3 pawn. If the bishop moves back, then the rook infiltrates.
Now white's aim should just be to not get the bishop to d7.
Yeah. Okay, I think rook c3 has to be played in the game. And rook c3 was actually played in the game or not? Can we check?
No, they didn't. No, he didn't play yet.
Oh, so
But he just have 4 minutes in the clock. I just wonder what he's thinking, like what other moves he's thinking than rook c3.
I mean,
I think he's thinking the idea of that black should not get bishop d7.
no, I think he's thinking about whether to play bishop c3 or rook c3 here.
Yeah.
Also,
And
I
one
think
interesting idea I'm thinking is, of course, after trading the rooks, it's clear that it would end up in a draw, but I'm not sure this position.
okay, but let's say I just play king d2, king b5, king c2.
King d2.
No, but I can't do that, because your king gets active. Wait,
Yeah, this is also not
that's a
easy
very
after
good point to
trading
make.
the
Yeah.
rooks.
Well, how do we play after rook takes c3, rook takes c3, bishop d7?
Oh, g4.
Wait, g4. Oh, okay, that's such a hard move to make. Yeah, you sacrifice the pawn,
Exactly.
but you run towards the h7 pawn. But is that the only move? Let's say what happens if I play king f3? Is that very slow?
I think king f3, then this king have a chance to come to b5.
Wait, so actually rook
Might be
c3 is
e4.
not an obvious move to make. If you have to make rook c3, you have to also calculate that you can actually play g4.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay,
but
now
it's
things
not easy. Because see,
actually
now it's showing that white needs to play a4.
okay, which is an incredibly hard move to make.
Yeah.
I mean, the point being, if bishop a4, you want to go king g4.
And if g4, then just king b5, and it's totally winning for black.
Yeah, that's actually such an interesting position.
Oh, he did go bishop c3.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I think it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense because he was scared of rook takes c3, bishop d7, and probably
Yeah,
spot the move g4.
true.
So bishop c3.
I think Dakshin Arun really have a good chance to win this game still after king
I,
a.
I definitely think so. I think some more moves have already been made, or no?
Yeah, especially with less time for white. It's incredibly tough for white to defend in this position. It's like these are the kind of positions like where computer shows that it's clearly equal, but white or black, one player needs to play accurately in order to make a draw in that game.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Okay, why don't we quickly switch back to the GM section and see if all the games are over or not?
Yeah. Okay.
So
I
the game
think some
between
games are still going on.
wait, what is happening right now?
Yeah, exactly. How did that position end up with this one? What? It was +4 or
Wow.
something before, right?
No, but like how did that happen? So we saw until bishop f1, queen g8 was played.
Yeah, should have one.
Actually, very surprising that why did white not like b7?
Yeah,
Knight
true.
f4 check.
Now he took the
F4.
knight, which is a bad decision,
Okay,
but
but
it's fine.
in which world will you actually play king g1 and not take the knight?
Yeah, but king g1, pawn takes rook, queen h4. Now,
Queen h7, take b7, yeah?
yeah, it's just over.
Yeah, but that's such a nice tactical resource to find. King
Yeah,
gf4 was played, cb3 was played, white pushed b7. Wow, this is going down to the wire. This is going down to the absolute wire.
and he went king h3. I wonder why he did that, but
No, because I think queen h4 check is meant for bishop h6 counter check.
yeah.
Now this position is getting
Just
very
gives an extra time for black to do something.
true. So black goes queen f8, bishop d3,
Okay.
b2. I mean, to be very
Yeah, I
honest,
think
I'm not looking
Anton, he
good.
have a lot of time. He should have thought a little bit more time. Maybe he also thought similarly, like Arith, like black is in time trouble and white knew he's winning. So maybe he just rushed to play some more.
Actually, I'm very curious now that I don't even know why white is better here. Like the bishop on d3 is
Yeah,
right
true.
down. You are a rook down. I mean, don't forget that you're literally a rook down in this position, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, black's bishop on g7, which was looking dreadful. Imagine I play ef4. The bishop suddenly becomes very active.
True. I'm just wondering like how white should even play after f5 bishop h6.
Yeah, because
How
you
is
threaten
it winning?
e3.
Like better for white.
Queen h5, I think is an incredibly tough move to spot.
Yeah, but let's say
Let's
if they play
see.
some move like, okay, maybe queen g7,
I
but
think queen g7 is queen g6, yeah.
yeah. Oh, f6.
What? Wow. And after queen f6, a7, you have
Yeah,
no checks in the position. Okay. This is a hard, very hard tactic to spot.
there are so many tactics in this game.
Yeah, very complicated. I think we didn't look at the game between Krasenkov and Harsuresh. What do you think? Should we have a look at that?
Yeah, let's go to
Why?
that game.
So if Krasenko wins this game, he wins the tournament as well.
Yeah. Where we saw this game before?
Wait,
Wait, I
did we
think,
this game? I'm
yeah,
getting,
this was the Petrov, right?
yeah, now I'm getting I think we saw, yeah, probably I think the games were switched.
Yeah. We saw till here. Okay, so rook c4, queen e3. Yeah, there is just nothing for both players here to do something. I think this is going to end in a draw very soon.
Yes, because I think black will play rook d5, white will push f4. Then all the pawns on the queen side will be traded for the pawns, and it'll be like, yeah, it will be a draw. I think very logical result to estimate. So let's go back
Let's get
to
back
the
to the
IM group.
IM section. What happened in this game? Oh, what?
Wow.
When did the king go to g5?
I think it's being a complete race now, yeah.
Yeah. So king a6, g4, king b5. Okay, king g3, king h4, king g5. Looks like a slow idea, but I guess white doesn't have any choice than that.
I mean, actually, to be very honest, king g5. I mean, I would actually even be scared with black a little bit here, yeah. Let's say
Yeah.
you cannot take on a3, you push b4. Let's say hypothetically, like we play b4, I take, you know, I preserve the bishop to maybe e1. I go king f6, I go king g7, I take king h7, I go back g7, I push h7, h8.
True.
I mean, this
I would be worried as well because let's say at some point I might even give up this bishop for the pawn and go king f6, g7.
absolutely. I mean, like imagine like, what happens if bishop takes b4 directly? That looks very logical to me.
Yeah.
Let's say take king f6.
Oh, it's not that clear winning after bishop b4. Oh,
Okay.
They have to give up the f7 pawn and play king c4 here.
I think everyone in the world would play bishop takes g4, yeah.
Yeah. Bishop e6 or something like that looks very common, or bishop g4 at least.
Yeah, I think bishop e6 is met
King
with f.
c4 is just so artificial to see. It's like a computer move.
Yeah. So it doesn't look so simple, yeah?
Yeah.
Goshal actually pushing all
So
the
let's see if white actually takes bishop b4 or he goes bishop b2 or some move like that. I think bishop b2 now might not be a great idea because of rook c2. And once bishop moves again, bishop a1 and then rook c1. So he needs to go to either bishop e1 or take the pawn.
I think what will white play is play. I mean, okay, what is happening if bishop e1, b3? Then how does white continue? Do you play a passive move like rook e2 or what?
I think bishop c3 is there.
Oh,
But let's say bishop c3,
wow,
king
that's such a actually
a3.
no. I think it's very important to show that rook takes c3, rook takes c3,
Oh yeah,
b2,
b2, rook c7.
rook c7, bishop b5, rook f7,
What?
rook f7. Okay, this is impossible.
This is crazy.
This is actually kind of okay.
Even with an extra queen, it's not winning for black.
No. This is no way. No way white is finding this. No way.
Yeah.
No way. Wow. Wow. Wow.
I think with this variation, I think there is only one way for white to play, which is to take bishop takes b4.
No. No. No way in my life I am expecting white to find this. Yeah.
Even with engine on, I still don't understand how it's equal for white.
No, because I think the point is that I go rook a7 check. I push h7. I push
Yeah,
I mean, wow, this is actually completely incredible. Yeah.
true. Okay, I
Wow.
think some moves has been played in the game. Oh, he did take bishop b4.
Yeah, I think very human this one.
Yeah, that's a good decision. But after king f6, now we'll see if he goes bishop g4 or king c4.
I think he would play king. I think he would play bishop takes g4. I think king
Yeah,
takes f7 will also happen.
but it is actually scary, as you were mentioning before, with the king on f7 and the
Yeah.
e passed pawn. Especially when you are in a must-win situation, it gets scary to get into this kind of positions.
I think very pragmatic decision by white player just to sacrifice the bishop and play for the initiative instead of defending.
True. But after king f7, king c4, e6, king d4, it's still not easy actually.
Do you think rook e5 is the only move? What if I play rook e1? Is it that bad?
I think that's fine as well.
Yeah, because I'm threatening to just shove down my pawn like e7, e8 queen. If you take bishop e6, rook e6, I mean, this probably black is still pushing here.
But it's not easy at all. I think it would just end up in a draw. But we never know.
Yeah,
With
you never know.
less time in clock.
No, but this is very tricky because let's say I was actually calculating the move rook e7, like in that
Sorry.
position.
Is it here?
Yeah, rook e7, rook takes e7, king takes e7. I think white just falls short one tempo, king e4, king f7, d4, king g7, d3, king h7, d2.
Yeah.
And
This
yeah,
one
if
tempo.
white had an extra tempo somewhere, then probably. But it doesn't work. Actually, I still think black has great winning chances.
Yeah.
The only thing is time pressure and like psychological pressure also kicking in.
Okay, he took bishop g4. I'm sure white would play king f7 now. Or do
Yeah.
you think he would go king g7 and try to take the h7?
I think also very logical. I mean, in a game when I don't know the evaluation, I would be very, very scared of king g7 as well.
Yeah, king g7, king c4.
I think maybe the point is like king takes d4, rook e1, and black will just eventually give up the rook for the
The
h
rooks for
pawn
yeah.
and start pushing the d pawn. Let's say bishop e6, king g7, king d3, h7, d4, h8 queen,
Yeah,
takes, king c2, and then I push d3, d2, d1 queen.
true. Yeah, the king is too far away.
So I think there were a lot of moves already made in the game.
Yeah, that's what
I
mean.
think there were a lot of moves. Bishop g4 was taken. White took king f7. Black played this. White played rook e5 as well, or no?
Yeah, he played rook e5.
Actually, why will black take on e6? What if
Yeah,
he
that's what I'm wondering. Like, why can't he go something like king c4, e7, and bishop d7, right?
Okay, so I think very logical question. E7, bishop d7. I think king g7, very logical way of thinking. D4. Okay, taking on h7 is the first logical move that comes to mind. D3, rook e1, d2, king d3. King takes g6. I mean, this is chaotic. This is chaotic.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think, okay, maybe better to play.
Yeah, black should also be very careful here.
Wow. No way white is winning this. Well, this game is so amazing, this endgame.
Yeah. But what happened in the game? Okay, white is still thinking after bishop. No. After rook e5. Okay, let me refresh. Oh, he did not play rook e5 or all these ideas.
Oh, so he's still thinking whether to take f7 or play king g7, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow. That's actually very interesting.
So let's look at the Ashpreet game. He's suddenly very low in time.
Yeah, and like this position is just falling apart.
Yeah, white is just unable to do anything. Oh, rook h4 is a
Yeah, rook h4 is actually, I think, in a way, a mistake because you give a glimmer of hope to your opponent by pushing c5 and like just throwing in everything else. Let's say
yeah.
rook 3, c takes b6. I mean, I think it's probably still lost. C takes b6, rook c7. Oh, actually not rook c7. I think I can actually also start pushing my pawn. I can play d5.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, but now it's not that easy to find
Let's see.
king d4 move, I guess.
But I think d6 is a very natural move.
Yeah.
d6, rook takes f3,
King d4.
rook takes f2, rook b1 check.
Wow, now white is winning.
Now white is winning.
Wow.
Wow. Okay,
All
endgames
the
are
endgames, they're just so
tricky.
crazy. Do you like playing endgames?
I like winning at endgames, not
You know, in one game, I think again when I was close to getting a norm, I ended up in a position like with a pawn on a6 and a7 with a bishop on e4. You know, I was bishop down, but it's just a draw, right? Like white pawn was on e6 and my pawn was on a7,
yeah.
a6 and b7, and my king is on b8. It was just draw. Okay, maybe it's tough for audience to visualize that position.
Yeah. I
Like
think
my opponent bishop is on
realize.
e4 and king is on c6.
Yeah.
And I played king a8 there.
And you're out check. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
If I
mean,
drew that game, I would have had a chance to get the knob.
yeah. No. I mean, imagine white saving this. I mean, like, yeah. And the funny thing is, actually, after c5, just look at the clock for 1 minute. Yeah. I mean, the position was
Yeah.
-5 after
Oh,
move.
he did take rook takes h3. Did he?
No, I think c5 he's still thinking what to play.
No, it's showing it's white's turn. That's why I was wondering if he took that.
I think if he took rook h3
He
and
did. He did take rook takes h3.
no way. If white saves this game with cb6,
That
No,
would
okay.
be
I think CB6. I am 99% sure black will take CB6.
yeah.
No, no way, no way. Imagine losing this with black.
Oh, that would be a nightmare.
No, but actually, like, 1 second. Let's say AB6, rook takes C7. I think G4 is already lost.
No.
I think I'll just push my pawn D5.
F7.
What do you play? Okay, rook F7, I think probably drawish, but let's say what if I play D5?
Three.
Okay,
King.
but now I lose, yeah?
Oh no, you have
So the thing is, it's so funny that if you take CB6, you are helping white because the rook is on C1. And in this position, I
Yeah.
like rook B1 check and then rook D1.
True.
But when you take AB6, I mean, wow, some incredible finesse in the endgame.
What happened in Dakshinaran's game? Did something happen after bishop G4? Oh, he did go king G7. He
Wow.
didn't take the F7 pawn.
No, I think this
Now
is
it's like winning for black, right?
I think this is a very easy one. I think he completely forgot or underestimated how strong black's D pawn is.
Yeah, giving up the rook
Wait,
and playing.
I think I know what he missed. I think after H7, he was in a way hoping to play rook C1, but I think he had forgot that black can go rook E8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, good for Dakshinaran. He's going to get the norm.
So 1 event and 2 norms, that's already a big achievement.
Yeah. And imagine if it's his last norm as well, then we'll get 2 title players after this event.
That would be actually amazing if that's the case. But I'm not sure. I think it's the first norm, but we'll have to recheck.
Well, let's get back to the GM round robin. Let's see if all the games are over there. Yeah, everything is over. Oh, Anton won that game?
Wait, how and
What,
why?
right?
Oh yeah, I think he blundered the same trick we blundered. He played queen G7. I think he allowed
We
queen.
saw till king H3 and B2, right? So he did go F5. Oh no.
So Bornel Antoine. Wow. Wow, a massive win for him. Though not an easy one, I must say.
Yeah.
Not at all an easy one. Ah, I think it's a very nice point. Rook takes B7. You play queen takes F6 check.
Yeah.
That would be such a
And
cool
you
point.
not only get the queen, but you also do a double attack here and get the rook as well. And also the B2 pawn.
So do we have the final standings of the event of who won? Maybe
Not
that
sure.
actually I think maybe here we won't have the standings.
Yeah, I think we'll not have standings here.
Okay, I think maybe better just look at the games from the IM group.
Yeah.
Quickly follow
B2
the
games left.
events.
Okay, he did take C takes B6.
Yeah, so now rook
All
F.
right, no, A takes B6.
How easy is it to make a move like rook F7? Like, are you not afraid of like this pawn end game, or it's fine?
Yeah, I think rook F7 looks not good. But
Okay, let's say
not
rook F7, rook takes F3, G takes F3. King takes F3 looks logical. No, I think black will take with the rook first.
yeah.
So G4, rook takes F3, rook takes F3, GF3. Okay, King F3 looks like a bit slow of a move.
Mhm.
It's not. What if King C4?
I think just king E4, right?
Okay, let's say B5, D5,
Right. Yeah,
D6.
White's pawn is promoting first, right?
Yeah, luckily promoting first. Otherwise, it'd be a check. Yeah, that'd be unfortunate. Okay, but yeah. Actually, that would be such an amazing save by White. Yeah.
Yeah.
And okay, Do we have a move after g4?
Let me see.
We have rook f7, I think.
Oh yeah, we have rook f7 on the board.
And black is going down on the clock. Less than 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel nice. You know what? I think if I would be black here, I would be scared of playing rook f3.
Yeah. That too, he have this seconds in his clock.
Or did he make a move? Did he make a
Oh,
move?
he did go b5.
He
That's
went
good.
b5. Why do I feel white is actually going to
But
win?
rook f3 looks more easy to play from black, right? If he wants to make a draw.
Yes, but also in the other way, I think you start getting very nervous.
Yeah.
You start thinking, what if this pawn and game is lost?
Yeah. True.
Okay, let's say king e4. Black takes rook f3, rook f3, gf3. I push d5.
Oh, now rook f3 is a blunder.
It's winning. Wow.
Now d5.
So after king e4, what's the move
Oh,
for?
we have this king c5, king e5, like once. Oh yeah. Once pawns promote, we have queen c8 check.
Wow, that's actually such a fine point. That's such a fine point.
Yeah.
I think he missed this point. I have a feeling he missed it from afar.
Do you think black would miss this idea and go ahead with this?
I think probably yes.
Yeah.
I think it's a good chance. Okay, I think for sure white will play king e4 here. I don't see any alternative.
Yeah.
He
Yeah, I
played,
think he did go king e4. But do you think we should go to Arun's game real quick?
yeah, definitely. I think resignation is on the way. Yeah, I think this will be over very soon. Yeah, black pushes d4, d3. I mean, no sort of counterplay. The bishop on e6 is such a monster, yeah. It's just protecting the pawn like so comfortably.
Yeah, now just d4. There is no way for him to move this rook from the 8th rank.
Yeah. So let's say h8 queen, just to show the viewers. h8 queen, rook h8, king takes h8.
Yeah.
Black plays d3, king g7, king e2. Yeah, this feels very, very sad for white.
Yeah. Oh, he did go k7.
Do you want to stick to this game or do you want to switch to the time pressure between Arshpreet?
We'll go to that one, of course.
Yeah.
Most exciting game. Oh, he did not take rook f3. He saw
No.
that variation.
Yeah. Okay, plus king c5. Okay, now I think it'd be a draw. White
Yeah.
will take him. Rook c7.
Now we cannot go king e5 because of rook h5 check.
Yeah, that would be sad way to lose the game.
And if we go rook c7, we have king b6.
Rook c6, king d.
And white would still lose the d5 pawn real soon.
No, I don't think white is losing. No, like rook c6 check.
Oh yeah, we have rook c6.
King b7, rook b6. And normally I'm threatening the pawn in b5. Now I'm gonna start torturing you with threats like I think maybe king d4 is what I will consider definitely. Or king e5 I will consider for sure.
Yeah. King e5, then we just have to catch 5 check.
Yeah, I go by king e4, I threaten the pawn on f3 again. And we
Yeah.
start dancing around.
Say you give a check, king c5. Or you can go to catch 2 and get the f2 pawn.
Yeah, but white has enough counterplay. Black is also not worse. This should most likely end in a draw. That's very interesting. So white manages to save a big, big, massive scare. A very big, massive scare.
Has been played. Okay. This is also almost over.
Actually, I would be very curious to see the handshake. Yeah, like maybe we can go full screen when white is about to resign. That'd be very nice.
Can we have the video full screen, please?
Yeah, maybe it's smart just to go full screen to see how. So director is trying to work his magic through.
Yeah, we can see white player being frustrated a little bit. Yeah, if he just took the F7 pawn, it would have ended in a draw.
Yeah. Black is thinking. But actually, is it Black forced in a way to take?
Rook C7. I think we can just go with D8 or D8.
Rook D8 much more practical move, yeah.
Yeah,
Or Rook F7.
F7.
I think a final desperado. Black takes King F7, the king moves, and I think King E3 will come. The pawn will queen soon, and then this will be the end of the game.
So King E2, E6.
I think King E3 much more simpler, yeah. Just
Yeah.
to try to hit the pawn on F4. I think a handshake is coming soon. White pushes the pawn. Black will go D2, E7, and then he will queen. And then this position looks completely winning.
And this G1 queen also wins, right?
Yeah, I think D1 queen. He has the queen in the hand. He's excited. He's just rechecking the lines.
Yeah.
I think D1 queen. I think after D1 queen, he will probably resign. Or I think in a move or two, he will resign.
Yeah.
Black queens. I think white will definitely take on D8.
I think he'll take and play King G7 as well.
Yeah, and then after King F4, I think he will resign. Queen takes D8, Queen takes D8. Black has an extra queen just for one pawn, and unfortunately, it's not enough. It's not enough. I think, congratulations, soon we'll see a handshake where Dakshina will probably score his first time now, if I'm not mistaken. He's getting excited. He knows he has clinched it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and resignation, and he makes it.
Congratulations to Dakshina.
He feels relieved.
And kudos to Chola Chess as well, because with this event we got two norms. One player has gotten his title, Grandmaster, 97th Grandmaster of the country, and Dakshina scored his IM norm.
Yeah, I think it would have also been nice if Irit would have probably won, but unfortunately that wasn't possible. But still a great game, still a very fighting, brilliant game. Absolutely amazing game. So 2 norms, I mean, it's a fantastic event.
Yep.
We just have 1 game running in, which I think probably let's go back to the lead chess mode.
This game also is going to end in a draw very soon, but White is also not just giving up.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to end in a draw very, very, very soon. Probably a few more moves here and there, and then we will have
Yeah.
the result for this game.
So for Rook G6, do you think you would play Rook H4 if you're black?
No, no. I think it's very hard. I mean, I think I won't. I think now repetition is coming in.
Yeah. Yeah, so Rook G7, just King D6.
So actually, I will quickly try to see the ranking after 9th round.
Mhm.
So Krasenkov basically wins the tournament, and Harshvardhan G became second and made his GM norm. In the 3rd place, we have a tie between Harsh Suresh and Nikitenko.
Oh.
But you know the funny thing, even
What?
after winning the last game, Bornel Antoine finishes last.
Oh,
That was his only win in the event.
yeah.
And in the IM round robin section, Alexander Alexic wins the tournament.
Oh, okay.
Other hand, Arith Kapil will no, the second place goes to Dakshin Arun, and most likely after a draw in this game between De Silva and Harshpreet Singh, De Silva will take the third place.
Mhm.
But such an interesting event. I mean, just feels like absolutely amazing. So I think it's very hard for any sides to create chances here. Just to reiterate the fact that white is so active. But even black is enough active, yeah. Like, yes, black has an extra pawn here, but on the other hand, I mean, white's pieces are so active. The D pawn especially looks so menacing. Actually, I think I'm not sure if this trick works, but I would be curious to see it. Let's say rook G7,
Mhm.
king F6.
King F6, because just before he had moved from D6, I think he would
Yeah,
probably go D6
yeah.
back.
But let's say hypothetically king F6. Can I
Yeah.
put D6? Can I go D6?
D6. Then we have rook H4 check.
So basically you can't take my rook. That's the whole point, yeah. If you
Yeah.
take E7 and king E3, and then this will also be a draw. I think okay, the position.
Oh, then I think you can also take the G7. Rook if
I'm
I'm
not sure.
not.
King D7, D7, and then you
Oh,
lose.
that's just that.
So I think probably black. Yeah, black probably realized that he has nothing to play for.
King E5. Mhm.
Yeah, D7, and then the F3 pawn falls. The D7 pawn is very active. I think most likely the B and the D pawns will get swapped off, and the game will end in a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think very um interesting game. But
Yeah, I think De Silva, he's trying his best to get out something out of this position, but
I mean that would actually be funny because he was losing throughout the game, and now he's trying to play for a win with a less pawn in the rook endgame. Yeah,
yeah,
very interesting, very interesting.
from a completely winning position, right?
Yeah, just
See where yeah, was totally winning here, but then some mistakes. He shouldn't have went rook H4 and like after this H3 pawn.
yeah, yeah, very interesting. I think this endgame will be draw soon.
Yeah. What? No. Okay.
Uh,
I was worried for a second, like what is happening?
yeah. Okay, the rook endgames. I think it's very hard to even analyze this position.
Yeah. Hmm. I think De Silva is utilizing all his time now.
Yeah, I think it'd be very drawish. The position looks very solid for both sides. No, I mean not solid, but dynamically balanced would be the right word in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be amazing. I mean, if any of these players can actually win this position, I mean that would definitely go down in the history books.
Sorry?
I think if any side wins this position, like either white wins this or black wins this position will definitely go down in the books of history. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's not possible to get their video on screen, right?
I think we only have one camera available, if I'm not wrong. So
Okay.
unfortunately, it won't be possible.
What is happening if they go something like king e5? Yeah, then just
I think the position is so drawish that every move draws. Yeah.
yeah. Now it's h4, then king c5. Yeah, white just doesn't have anything to do much. Oh, what happens if they go to h2? That is winning
Yeah,
for
but
white.
then you start risking a lot. Yeah, because the d pawn starts pushing.
Yeah. Can he go rook h2 without playing rook h4 check like here? Yeah, even that is
But
draw.
then I think white will just play the pragmatic king e3 and try to gobble up the pawn on f3.
Yeah.
I think the position, but I think we have moves in the game. Or we don't.
No, I
don't.
can take it.
White is still thinking.
I'll just refresh real quick.
So no moves have been made yet. I think unlike other round robin events, this round robin event even has a prize fund. So players are extremely motivated to fight even in the last game.
Yeah. Because of all the young talent, they just don't want to give up. They want to fight till the end.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very interesting.
So in d7, I wonder what white would be thinking. I think he's
No,
thinking,
I think
how do I
White
win
is
this?
probably trying to think which is the way he can play for a win now.
Yeah.
Which
It's
is
like somehow I got the losing position to here, then why not just win this game?
yeah, yeah. That's true.
If they go to b6, we have rook h4, king f3, then it's still tough for black to make a draw here, right? Don't you think so? After
For
h,
black to make a draw, I mean, I'm not sure. But I think I won't give up my pawn for no reason, right?
yeah,
I mean, after rook b6, I don't think I'm obliged to play rook rook h4 check. I mean, I can just push my pawn. Actually,
Yeah.
a very good point. Yeah, let's say rook b6. Black
Rook
plays
e6.
h5, like move 59, rook b6. Yeah, and let's say black plays
Oh, they
h5.
play rook b6.
Yeah. Can I play king e5?
e5?
Like h5 and white plays king e5. I mean, with rook b7 coming in and the b4 pawn falling, let's say rook
Yeah.
h2, for example.
Oh,
Yeah, this can go wrong. This can go wrong. D6
oh wait,
check.
something happened in the game like this. Oh, I think, yeah. Black is thinking after rook b6.
Wow.
So he went king d7.
Okay, very logical move, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's most likely going to be a draw this way, yeah. That white is going to push d6, and black will eventually realize he has to give the pawn on f3, and it will liquidate.
Yeah. d6, rook h4.
Yeah. The position seems completely balanced. I think soon the result will come. Just 5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
I think 3 minutes.
He went d6 as you were mentioning.
Yeah. I am assuming a perpetual might happen right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook endgame's very tricky, yeah. I mean, black was completely winning, and white somehow managed to swindle the guy, and now white is playing for a win, yeah.
Yeah. Now he went h5. That's interesting. I would have went rook h4 if I was
Oh,
black.
this is probably getting risky for black now, yeah. Let's
Yeah.
say king
King
d5.
d5 now. I think it's must for black to play rook h4.
Yeah, rook b7 check. King c8. I go rook h7. Actually, probably not rook h7. I think
I
I'll
think
probably
black played something. Let's see. Oh no. Yeah, he didn't play anything. So rook h7.
I think b3 is very logical, but now white has to force a perpetual, yeah, with rook h8 rook. I think rook h8 is forced. Or not. Wow, white has this amazing trick. Rook c7. If king b8, then rook c1. Or rook
Rook
c3.
c3 is also very
Yeah. So I think king d8 is forced, but then white plays rook b7. And
Yeah.
then, okay, then black has to go down with rook h1 to play for a draw. Yeah, no, I think
But if he plays something else than rook h4, do you think black would play something like rook h2? That would be just losing.
because unfortunately, like rook b7 check, king goes to c8, I have king c6. I think rook
Yeah.
h1 would probably make a lot of sense here, though.
Yeah, even that's a draw.
Yeah, no, I think white will give rook b7 check first.
Four, then. Oh, you think he'll go rook b7 first?
Yeah, I think rook b7, king c8. Now we'll gobble up the pawn on b4. Now rook f1, and then this will be a draw, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, he went rook h1.
Wait, this is the game? Rook b7 was played?
Yeah, it has been played.
Wow. Wait, so rook b7, king
Yeah. I should
d8.
play
I think rook b4 will
d8.
happen for sure.
Yeah, he'll play rook d4 for
I think
sure.
now rook d1 check will happen, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel.
Oh, if for rook d1, he have king e4.
Yeah, and then
But-
I think rook takes d6 and the players will agree to a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah. This seems like nothing for both sides. A well-fought game. I mean, black was outplaying, played some fantastic moves, got the king up the board, and then the rook endgame somehow switched around. Oh,
Yeah, he defended well after
yeah,
getting like slightly worse position. He started defending really well.
yeah. Which basically means that Alexander wins the IM section and Krasenko wins the GM section.
Yeah.
All in all, yeah, that's actually a good performance. We have all the results, and this will most likely be a draw in few moves.
Mhm.
King c8 has been played.
I wonder why he's not repeating those even before something similar like this happened, he was playing one move and then he changed to another move.
Okay, no way is black playing for a win here, yeah. No way. I don't know, in which mind is black playing for a win here?
Yeah.
I think white will take on b4 for sure.
Yeah, he did take.
Black has to play rook f1, like 100%. Because rook d1, king e6 might start getting scary.
Mhm.
I mean, not really. Not really. I mean, just rook d2 or rook e1, just very solid for black. I mean, I have a feeling that this guy is actually playing for a win here.
You mean white?
Black.
Yeah.
I mean, that's actually kind of crazy if he's doing that. Because I think h4, king e4, or I think he's probably just tilted, yeah. Like after having such a winning position and messing it up, I think now he's just tilted that, like, how could he not win
Yeah.
that position?
Or maybe rook f1, rook b2, then h4.
I mean, even I think even king e4 probably draws very easily, yeah. Like why do you even play rook b2? That just Oh, this is, I think, a bit tricky. I was saying instead of rook b2, king e4.
Yeah.
Like rook
I
f1, king e4, rook
He
f.
played rook d1 check.
Yeah, I think now king e4 will be played. Black will take on d6. White will take on f3, and the game will be drawn.
Yeah. Yeah, he went king e4.
Yeah, king f3 is happening soon. I think black will soon get the king to. Yeah, I think no side can make any progress here. It's completely drawn.
Yeah. No, actually, Ashpreet, did he play rook d6? I think he did.
Yeah, I think he played.
Yeah. So rook d6, I think king f3 will be there, most probably, and then king d7. Yeah. Yeah, it ended in a draw.
With that, I think we can conclude this amazing round of fighting chess and a lot of courage shown by these amazing 20 players, 10 in the JM group and 10 in the IM group. And once again, a big thank you to Chola Chess Foundation for bringing in this amazing initiative. And of course, it was a pleasure commentating with you, Monica. A lot of fighting games and beautiful chess.
Yeah, and also congratulations to Harshavardhan GB and Dakshin Arun for scoring the IM and GM norms. And also Harshavardhan GB has become 97th Grandmaster of India. And thank you, Vedant, for joining me. It was pleasure commentating with you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
And thank you guys for joining
tuning in,
us.
guys. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Have a nice day.